Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Good evening, America. Happy Thursday. Welcome to the latest edition of Just the News, Not No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from the nation's capital and the wiredtofishcoffee.com studios. Wired to Fish Coffee is the official coffee of Just the News. By the way, they just made this brand new tumbler mug. It's really amazing. You can go get that plus coffee and get 10% off by using the promo code JustNews when you go to wiredtofishcoffee.com. That's wired, the number 2, fishcoffee.com. Go check them out. Go support them. They make this newscast possible. All right, we have more for you on the accountability around the 2016 Russiagate hoax. To start the show this evening, as the FISA court quietly ruled that the FBI and DOJ can review FISA warrant intel that targeted the Trump campaign and then help release documents that have never been given to Congress. This is a brand new treasure trove of documents. It's part of the work of FBI Director Kash Patel to hand over more Russiagate evidence to Congress. And I think when we look at it, we ought to look at it from this perspective. They're not just looking at whether John Brennan gave a false statement in some testimony to Congress. They're now beginning to zero in on whether what began in July of 2016, when John Brennan walked into Barack Obama and said, hey, we have intelligence that Hillary Clinton's going to hang a fake Russia shingle on Donald Trump's campaign house, that was the beginning of a conspiracy that may have continued all the way through the raid at Mar-a-Lago and up to and including the testimonies in 23 that are now being called into question when John Ratcliffe released all of that explosive information last week that really seems to suggest that John Brennan wasn't telling us the truth all along when it came to the Steele dossier, the Intelligence Committee's assessment, and so much more. That story, go check it out over at justthenews.com. Jerry Dunleavy and I teamed up on that. But it is such an important moment. These documents include Congress getting their hands on, for the first time, a lot of information that was in a classified annex of the Justice Department Inspector General report that first acknowledged that the Russia collusion investigation was, well, outright bogus. All right, in other news, it seems judicial overreach has not been beaten yet, no matter how many times the Supreme Court rules on it. This time, it again deals with President Trump's immigration policy. We have another judge who has blocked President Trump's birthright citizenship executive order. This despite the Supreme Court finding just last month that lower courts likely lack the authority to issue sweeping injunctions. Well, U.S. District Judge Joseph LaPlante just went ahead and issued another injunction saying that the Supreme Court ruling didn't apply to this. He had a loophole, and he was going to implement it that way. Go check that out at justthenews.com. It's a pretty extraordinary story. Another great moment to have in the show. We get to bring in my amazing co-host, Amanda Head, right now. Amanda, you got some other headlines you've been watching all day.
Yes, indeed I do, John. But how about the Department of Health and Human Services banning illegal aliens from accessing benefits from the agency? But my question is, why was that happening at all? Why has that been happening at all? Well, there has actually been, and there's actually an answer to that. Ever since 1998, HHS has been using an interpretation of a law, the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996, to allow illegal aliens to take advantage of some federal public benefits. That is according to the press release that HHS put out to announce this new move. So earlier today, HHS formally rescinded that interpretation, allowing them to ban illegals from getting those taxpayer-funded benefits. HHS Secretary RFK Jr. released a statement saying, for too long, the government has diverted hardworking Americans' tax dollars to incentivize illegal immigration. Today's action changes that. It restores integrity to federal social programs, enforces the rule of law, and protects vital resources for the American people. And I would bet that you are wondering what those taxpayer benefits the illegal immigrants had access to were, right? Well, here are a few. Access to behavioral health clinics, mental health services, health workforce programs, a grant program that helps the homeless get off the streets, guardianship assistance, and family planning programs, just to name a few. And how about this story that's been trending over on justthenews.com all day today? There is new evidence that the COVID vaccine could accelerate pancreatic cancer. The research comes from Japan at the Miyagi Center, the Miyagi Cancer Center, where they were studying why cancer survival rates had declined in 2022 and 2023 after years of survival rates increasing. Now, the researchers ended up finding what they say is a statistically significant connection on the number of mRNA mRNA shots taken and how quickly those patients ended up passing away. And the research also concluded that just taking the primary shot and one booster is associated with poorer overall survival rates in patients with pancreatic cancer. And of course, there are plenty of doctors out there who dispute the study and its results. So we're going to see if their conclusions are replicated elsewhere or not. But John, this is something that a lot of people have suspected for a long time, not necessarily specifically with pancreatic cancer, but just with overall health.
Yeah, and I had a friend share that story on LinkedIn. LinkedIn censored them.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
Wow.
Censorship is still alive and well, despite all the efforts of Mike Benz and Jim Jordan. So, all right, let's turn to our first guest. We've got a great first guest to talk about all the issues today, whether it's what HHS did or what Agricultural Secretary Brooke Rollins did earlier this week. She represents the great state of Iowa. She's one of the great voices of common sense in Congress. Congresswoman Marinette Miller-Meeks. Congresswoman, great to have you on the show. Thanks for joining us.
It's great to be with both of you again.
I want to start with the Bobby Kennedy announcement today, a pretty big moment, a 30-year change in policy or 27-year change in policy that illegal aliens aren't entitled to get federal benefits from the HHS. Seems like common sense. It's very popular when you look at the polling, but it wasn't the rule of law at the HHS for the last 2.5 decades.
It does seem that it's very common sense. I mean, it's one of the things that incentivizes people to come here illegally. When our system acknowledges that, I would fully expect that this is going to be a court case and go to the Supreme Court. We've seen this before happening with illegal immigration and benefits that are intended for citizens, but going to illegal immigrants. And it's one of the things, remember the Biden administration famously having the Vice President Harris to determine the root causes for illegal migration? Well, this may be one of those root causes for illegal immigration.
Yeah, great point. The big incentive.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Congresswoman, my fear is that this is not a flash in the pan. If this wasn't caught by Doge, thank goodness it was caught by RFK or some of his associates, people who had a magnifying glass and they were checking this stuff out. But I fear that this is happening all over government and we don't even know to what degree it's happening or where. How can we find this out so that we can stop it? Because this is millions of dollars worth of taxpayer money.
Yeah, I think your point is valid. One of the things that Doge uncovered was because of the algorithms that they put in place to detect things. They actually weren't looking into classified documents, but just into the payment system. Certain algorithms put in place were able to uncover payment systems. If you try to go through all of the different line items, it is extremely cumbersome. We're doing that. We try to do that. But having that assistance through a computer algorithm really helped Doge to uncover some of these, egregious, erroneous payments. So I think that you're correct. There is more beneath the surface. We're going to keep digging. We're going to keep trying. We're going to keep requesting documents. Judiciary, and you mentioned Jim Jordan earlier, Representative Jordan, and Judiciary is doing a great job on that, but it really takes a whole of government approach. And I think under the Trump administration, what you're seeing is that there is a whole of government approach to both illegal immigration, but how we spend money, where we spend money, and what behaviors are we incentivizing through either our tax code or through benefits that are provided to individuals, and how we fund nonprofits and what exactly those nonprofits are doing.
Yeah, so very important. Today we're reminded once again of the ever-encroaching China threat on our soils. Several Chinese illegal aliens arrested in a marijuana operation follows after some scientists were trying to sneak in pathogens to the country. You talked about the whole of government approach. This week we saw the Homeland Security Secretary, the Agriculture Secretary, the Defense Secretary, and other cabinet secretaries all working together to start to protect farmland from Chinese purchasers or other bad actors in the foreign markets and begin addressing the threat of agri-terrorism, a whole of government approach on a problem that's been persisting or growing, but the Biden administration hadn't dealt with it. I want to get your reaction to what they did this week.
Well, I think it is precisely something that need to be done. No one has forgotten the balloon that traversed all the way across the United States, finally shot down once it had actually went over all of our sensitive military facilities, including our nuclear arsenal sites. I mean, it's unreal that this Chinese spy balloon was able to traverse the entire United States from the Aleutian Islands to South Carolina over sensitive facilities, and nothing nothing was happening as far as stopping it. It could have been stopped over the Aleutian Islands in a sparsely populated area. So I think we have been, certainly in Iowa, this is something we have looked at when it comes to purchasing farmland. Who purchases it? Is it near a military facility? And are they taking trade secrets? We know that China has an agricultural problem. They can't feed their people, and so they rely upon the United States. But this is absolutely something I think was the right thing to do. And it did take this whole of government approach, looking at multiple different facets, and is something that should have been done under the Biden administration when it was known that this was occurring. So happy to see this happen. It's one of the things that in Iowa, Representative Randy Feenstra and the rest of us were all on a bill to stop the sale of farmland to the Chinese Communist Party.
Pretty important.
When it comes to obstacles that these cabinet members are going to face, and even to some degree states attorneys generals and governors who are already down the road on this before this administration even came around, as far as the obstacles that they face, are we talking Chinese nationals, the people who are trying to buy the farmland, or Americans who are trying to push back against it? And if it's Americans, why?
Well, you can understand if it's Americans who are working with individuals, but there needs to be clearance, there needs to be guidance. We need to do what's in the best interest of the United States, and our agricultural segment is one of those. We already know that the Chinese Communist Party doesn't respect intellectual property. They don't respect patent rights, and so you don't want all of the money and investment that has gone into agriculture to make us leading as far as crop productivity, whether it's corn, soy, whether it's livestock, whether it's management of livestock diseases. There has been just a ton of research, money that's gone into research, money that has gone into development, and these things are protected under patent laws and intellectual property laws in the United States. And we know that the Chinese Communist Party doesn't respect intellectual property laws. They haven't before in the past, they haven't now. And so one of the things you can do is to strip them of most favored nation status as far as a trading partner. Yes, it's a big market. We want access to that market, but we can also develop other markets, which is one of the things that happens in the Farm Bill, is to develop other markets, other potential for crops and new markets, new products that can be sold. But I can tell you, it was farmers over a decade ago who told me about the egregious practices of the Chinese Communist Party, whether it was currency manipulation, whether it was refusing a shipment of either grain or, other agricultural products, livestock products, beef or pork, letting them go rancid, sitting in ships, and then refusing them after they had held up delivery. And so these practices are egregious. It is not fair and free trade, and the United States needs to put a stop to that, and that includes the purchase of farmland, especially farmland that is near military installations.
Yeah, so very important. Congresswoman, before we let you go, just a couple weeks ago, the Supreme Court was pretty clear that there wasn't a grounds for federal judges to issue injunctions against the Birthright citizenship case, and then a judge just went and did it again today, saying, I'll just call it a class action case to get around the Supreme Court ruling. I'd like to get your reaction to what that judge did and this sort of sentiment that these district judges don't seem to care what the Supreme Court's telling them right now.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing is activist judges. It's one of the things that we have talked about, and that the Trump administration is acting upon, rightfully so. And I think you're finding ways for district judges to exceed their authority, to go around what is constitutional law. And as you said, the Supreme Court already ruled on this. So there will be another Supreme Court ruling, I'm quite sure, on this. And it will come up with the same ruling as the last one, that these are judges that are overreaching their authority. So constitutionally, I think that there is ground for the president to proceed on this. There are those who look at the Constitution who indicate that it was never meant for people to come over here, give birth, for non-citizens to give birth, and then for there to be a lineage of birthright citizenship. So this is something we absolutely need to look at. And I think the Trump administration is right to look at this and determine what is it that the Constitution actually says and what was intended by our founding fathers. So I think, again, what we're seeing are judges that are going beyond the scope of what they're permitted to do. And I expect that we'll see a smackdown by the Supreme Court once again.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Congresswoman, it's a great honor to have this show. I know you're home, and people say, well, during summer break, what do lawmakers do when they're home? They do a lot of work. They drive hundreds of miles and meet with constituents. I know you were doing that all day today, and yet you found time for us. I want to thank you for doing that and for joining us on the show.
You're welcome. Recess is not vacation.
That's exactly right.
You're not out on the playground. You're traveling your district, and we've been all over our district. Had a fabulous change of command ceremony at Rock Island Arsenal today.
I love it.
County fairs. Got another county fair to go to tonight. It's county fair season in Iowa before the state fair kicks off in the first week in August. So It's a lot of fun.
I did a lot of state fairs in Iowa, and it is definitely something everyone should do once in their life. It's a great thing. The Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us. Great honor to have you on. All right, folks, we're going to talk about the shocking rise of anti-Semitism in America and what can be done about to stop it with Florida Congressman Randy Fine right after these messages. Hey folks, you might be wondering, when's the right time to start adding collagen to my diet? How about today? Collagen production starts to dwindle in your 20s, and by the time you hit your 50s like me, it's decreased, and it contributes to wrinkles, sagging skin, and joint discomfort. Now, Native Path Collagen can help. It's packed with only type 1 and 3 collagen fibers, the ones your body needs most for healthy joints, for healthy skin, bones, hair, nails, and also, believe it or not, your gut. Plus, it's third-party tested for purity and with no fillers, no additives, and no artificial junk. That's important to me. 2 scoops a day of Native Path delivers 18 grams of protein. Mix it into your coffee, your tea, your soup, or any drink. It's completely flavorless and easy to use. Right now, you can get a special bundle deal at the fraction of the retail price. Plus, you're going to get free shipping. Available at getnativepath.com/justnews. That's getnativepath.com/justnews. With over 4 million jars sold, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a 365-day money-back guarantee, this is your moment to take control of aging before symptoms get worse. So go to getnativepath.com/justnews right now. Supplies are limited and demand is surging. That's getnativepath.com/justnews.
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. President Trump is still working very hard on peace in the Middle East, but as we all know, what goes on in the Middle East can and often does affect us here at home. Take, for example, former President Joe Biden's very porous border. We know terrorists ended up entering this country while the border was wide open. We've also seen the very quick rise of anti-Semitism across this country in only the last 2 years. So joining us now is one member of Congress who is looking to do something about all of this, Congressman Randy Fine from Florida. Congressman, welcome back to the show.
To be here.
So, I think that we have often had conversations on this show about CARE for our Audience Council on American Islamic Relations. Terrorist group, I think, by all outward appearances, but finally something is done on the floor of Congress to make sure that that's made clear. Thank you, sir. Tell us about it.
Well, I've filed a bill to name CARE as a terrorist organization so people understand CARE masquerades as basically the NAACP for Muslim people, and they deserve a group to do that. But what CARE really is an organization funded by the Muslim Brotherhood, founded by the Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas affiliates to serve as a PR front for Muslim terror in the United States. And they do the most heinous things, including announcing after October 7th that they were happy that 1,200 Jews have been killed. So my bill calls a spade and says they should be designated as a terrorist organization. They'd lose their charitable status. So we're actually paying for this as Americans. And it would make clear, I did this in Florida actually last year, where Florida declared CARE a terrorist organization. But now I want to bring that national.
Yeah, so important. The rise of anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism is so extraordinary. It has really boiled. It was obviously 10 years, 20 years in the making, but it's hit this flashpoint. And then we end up with a mayoral candidate in New York City who's likely to be the city's next mayor in our biggest city in America, who espouses all the things that we're trying to teach our children or what you're not supposed to believe in. Your thoughts on what the Mamdani candidacy is doing for the country and what it means for the Democratic Party?
Well, I think it's the result of 20 or 30 years of infiltration. This has been a strategy to fund Muslim terror in the United States and to facilitate immigration in the United States. We focus a lot on illegal immigration, and we should. We need to deport every illegal. But the fact of the matter is we've also made a huge mistake on legal immigration. We should not be allowing people into this country who hate it. We should not be allowing them to become citizens. And this is a problem that we have created over the past several decades. And I say we, I think the Democrats, Barack Obama and others, this was part of their design to bring these kinds of people into the country. But now we are where we are. And Mamdani would be a disaster. He's not just a socialist who would destroy the economy of New York, but he's a rabid anti-Semite who does not like Jews, will not say globalize the Intifada, which is a call for violence. He will not disavow that. So he'd be a disaster for this country if he were to be elected.
Absolutely. And it oftentimes seems like it's a word game with them. They do a lot of funny things with words. Especially in the case of Mamdani, he refuses to really spell out what it means when you say from the river to the sea and globalize the Intifada. When we're playing such risky games with language, honestly, it's not really a surprise that we ended up here, is it?
Well, it's because a lot of the media lets them get away with it. They're laughing at us when they say that. They know exactly what they mean when they say from the river to the sea. It is the genocide of Jews in Israel. It is the destruction of Israel. They know exactly what globalize the Intifada means. And we have seen it in this country in the past couple months. We saw it in a terrorist attack on a Democrat governor in Pennsylvania who is Jewish. We saw it with Jews being burned alive in Colorado, and one just died. We saw it with 2 Israelis who were shot here in Washington, D.C. because of who they are. And for a guy like Mamdani not to say globalizing the Intifada is illegal, he doesn't say it because he supports the Intifada. And God forbid the Intifada were to come to New York City. He's got to lose, and we've got to do everything in our power to make that happen.
It's an extraordinary moment for New York City these next few weeks, and we'll see how it plays out. Sir, you are doing some very common sense things. A lot of people say, wait a second, these things haven't been done in the past, and the answer is no, not until you got involved. You've got 2 pieces of legislation that I really like. One is taking a look at the failures that have occurred with terrorist screening and terrorist watch lists. The second is creating some harmonization in our sanction strategy. Talk about those 2 pieces of legislation. They're very popular and they're very common sense.
Well, the one about the watch list. So we've got sort of 6 terror watch lists that are out there, 6 different ones. And why we have 6 is a great question, but we do. And this bill basically says if you get on one terror watch list, the other 5 people putting terror watch lists together should be notified. And then an investigation should be done about whether it should be added to theirs. And if they're not going to put them on the watch list, they should be reported back to Congress. And so, that's what that bill does. And I can't think of any reason to oppose it unless you like terrorism, I guess. And so we're optimistic that it'll move through the process.
Yeah, good idea.
And we were just talking to Congresswoman Marionette Miller-Meeks about redundancy in Washington and so much of the crossover. And that, frankly, that is how, she was talking about the whole of government approach, but frankly, that's how a lot of this waste, fraud, and abuse happens. But also the redundancy that you are precisely talking about with these multiple lists. How do we reduce all of that down to just one source for a list, one source for this and that, one agency to cover it?
Well, we have to do this in general. Look, we are spending trillions of dollars a year that we don't have. And we need to use that as an incentive to say, we've got to make government more efficient. DOJ was working on that. They made some progress, but we have a long way to go. And I think once I get these 6 watch lists, working together, then the question is, how do we get to one? But how do we do that across the board with government agencies? The fundamental problem is this. It is easy to create. It is easy to spend money. It is easy to hire people. It is not easy to fire people, to cut, to end, because people accuse you of being mean. And as we saw with Democrats when we were passing the one big beautiful bill, they'll just stand up and say people will die. I mean, I'm sure they'll say that, if we cut 6 terror watch lists to 1, people will die. Everything with them is people will die if you cut the government. Cutting the government is a harder thing to do. And so this has gotten where it's gotten over decades of fiscal mismanagement. Getting it refined down to where it makes sense is not going to be easy, but we have to do it. The government is just too big. It never should have gotten this big in the first place, but we are where we are. And now we've got to do what we have to do to make it smaller.
Yeah, just common sense. That's a great idea. So real quickly, before we let you go, we keep getting new signs of China's infiltration and harm to America, whether it's the marijuana conspiracy that was rolled up by the FBI today, the agri-terrorism a couple of weeks ago. The Trump administration took some pretty bold actions this week to take on agri-terrorism, getting Chinese scientists out of the country who don't belong here. Your thoughts on whether we're finally turning a corner and taking the China threat seriously, not just talking about it, but actually doing things?
Well, the president's clearly doing things about it. What people need to understand is China thinks it's at war with us. We're the ones who don't think we're at war with them. And so much of what happens from the Chinese perspective is meant to destroy our country. There's no better example of that than TikTok. TikTok in China doesn't work the same way it does in America. We actually found, for example, that in Florida, the rise in boys thinking they were girls, that was all being driven through TikTok. Again, that's China's effort to destabilize our country. So I appreciate President Trump standing up and saying, we're not going to put up with this. We're going to make these changes. China should not be buying farmland. China should not be buying anything near our military bases. We've got to take the China threat seriously because it is a serious threat. And I appreciate President Trump for doing what he's doing.
Yeah, no doubt.
When you just simply go from the mentality of Joe Biden thinking they were competition to what President Trump sees them and you see as a threat, I mean, it changes everything. It changes how we look at them. It changes how we treat them. And the proof is in the pudding. Congressman Randy Fine, thank you so much for being with us again tonight, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
absolutely. All right, everybody, coming up, a few of the most accurate pollsters have joined up to create a new polling association, and we're going to talk with one of those members, Rich Barris from Big Data Poll, about what inspired it. Next.
Hey, everybody. Have you heard that in April, China significantly reduced its American Treasury holdings to the tune of $8.2 billion? And it could signal what's coming. China is now third place among foreign holders for the first time since 2008. But this is bigger than just China. Foreign central banks are systematically moving away from the U.S. dollar while stockpiling gold at unprecedented levels. They understand what most Americans don't. A collision between Trump and Fed Chairman Jerome Powell is inevitable. Powell's term runs through 2026. weeks, giving him extraordinary power to resist Trump's economic agenda. With $36 trillion in national debt and interest payments consuming more than our entire defense budget, the mathematics have become unsolvable through traditional means. That's exactly why our friends at American Alternative Assets created the urgent new guide, Fed versus Trump, the coming battle for America's financial future. This guide reveals the Fed's most powerful weapon against any president and shows how everyday Americans can protect their retirement savings before this showdown destroys unprepared portfolios. The smart money isn't waiting to see who wins. Call 855-GOLD-340 or visit my website, johnlikesgold.com. That's 855-465-3340 or go to johnlikesgold.com. Get positioned before the battle begins. Welcome back, America. As you know, I've been talking on the show for about a year. I think it would be great to create a new White House Correspondents Association to challenge the legacy media one. I haven't gotten a taker in the Trump White House yet. I've tried, but I haven't found the interest in it. But I'll tell you what, some of the most accurate and smartest polling people that we bring on the show did exactly that. They had created a newly founded National Association of Independent Pollsters. I love this. One of the man behind it, the director of the Big Data Poll, and our good friend, Rich Barris. Rich, good to have you on the show.
It's great to be back as always. Thanks, John. Amanda, thanks for having me.
I love this idea. I think this is perhaps one of the greatest moments in polling in the last 15 years. The polling industry has forgotten about accuracy. They really don't care, as we learned with the Iowa poll, the fake Iowa poll late last year. This is an opportunity to institute some standards and common sense and reward the pollsters who get it right.
Yeah, I think that the polling industry has evolved a lot, right? And as it has, so have the standards and methodologies that we all debate. And that debate has a place, John, but somewhere in it, it really just got lost upon us what our true value is to the American public, to elected officials, which is our ability to accurately assess public sentiment. And without the ability to do that, the George Gallup's vision falls apart, right? So why would any lawmaker listen to us? Why would voters trust the results that are being printed in the headlines? And unfortunately, it hasn't been. It's been an adversarial environment to some of us who have done a very good job. And that's because the same thing you deal with in media, we deal with here. It's a club. and they want that club to remain. They want to be the members of that club and those who dominate it. And it's sad because accuracy gets lost in all of that, and it's the most important part.
It's exactly what's missing from the legacy media: accuracy. You're exactly right. You hit it on the head.
But honestly, isn't that the biggest part of their problem? Because you've got you guys, you independent pollsters, who are held to your own standards. You don't have anyone influencing you. Isn't the whole problem that they are a part of a club and therefore they have the club's influence on them?
That's it in a nutshell, Amanda. I mean, they have their associations, and they have the associations that are sisters and child-like association charities. And in order to keep them all in that club, they raise money for it, and they dole out speaking fees. And if you want to be on the list who gets an invite to this event or that speaking fee, then there's a certain behavior expected of you. Even the university polls, who do you think is funding their grants? They're not. It's not the American public. It's not the center of the country. I mean, these are people who have interests, and we have to drop the charade and stop pretending as if the people who do these, who fund these projects, whether it's media or in the university space, they have political views and they have agendas. And obviously, in the last 10 years or more, even before the Trump era, we were struggling. The polling industry was struggling. Exit polls blew some big elections. Bush v. Kerry was one of them. I'm old enough to remember, right? And that is because there's been a lot of problems beneath the surface. You have methodological problems and you have ethical ones. And someone has to be there in between to be a standard that says, look, there's a group of people out there who have done a good job. You can trust their numbers. And there has to be an organization that identifies them and then cherishes that accuracy breeds trust. And without that trust, the industry's worthless. It's pointless. It's actually harmful. It could be harmful.
Yeah, so it's proven to be harmful.
It's about time.
Yeah, no, it's great. All right, so you're in on this. You got three brethren that are kicking this off with you. Tell us who the others that are in on this.
All right, so Matt from Insider Advantage, and he's been working with Robert Cahaly at Trafalgar for years now. I mean, these guys have done a great job. Rasmussen Reports, Mark Mitchell over there. I mean, these are people who have, and this is part of the criteria for membership. You can't just have a one-off election, and you have to have a track record, a published track record of accuracy. Everyone's going to get it wrong, right? But I do think that the founding members of the organization, those four firms, including ourselves at Big Data Poll, we've been doing this for a while. And you're going to have some polls that are just, it happens. 1 out of every 20 is supposed to be an outlier. But if you have a proven track record over the years of accuracy, there's a reason for that. It means that person and that organization knows what they're doing, and they're also not they're not compromised that for anything. Now, there's no price in the world, John, that's worth how much people trust you and how much the faith that they put into you to get things right. So that's who it's starting with. There will be open membership in the future, and we will do that. But for right now, those are the four, and I'm honored to be with them. They're all great names, and they've all done great work. And you got a great title. I already have to call you the People's Pundit, the Big Data Poll guy. Now you're Mr. Chairman, right? That's right. Mr. Chairman, I like that title. That's right. It's got a good ring to it, that's for sure. I'm going to have a bunch of names by the end of
Does it feel like herding cats, though?
Yeah, some we might not be able to put in there.
A little bit, but that's okay. Again, I really do feel like this idea is, it's about time, right? We should have had this already. There are other countries and other self-governing societies. They have different industries. In Canada, the polling industry is different. In several European countries, it's different, right? So there has to be an organization that at least gives people, points them in the right direction, guys. Because as we have grown as an industry, I have a little saying that I repeat a lot, but it's true. There are just too many polls and not enough pollsters. Yeah. And the public is being flooded. Congressmen and women are being flooded with all of these numbers and inundated. And the truth is, not all polls are created equal. And we have to acknowledge that. And this is the first step in that direction. I love it.
All right, before we let you go, Elon and his third-party idea does it hurt Republicans? Does it hurt Democrats?
Well, I think it's a little too early to see. I'm not sure Mr. Musk understands the Herculean task of creating a new party in the United States of America. Go ask the Libertarian and Green parties. Good luck getting those signatures. But there is, it's interesting that he chose the America Party, because there is research to suggest that certain names do peel away some lower propensity voters from the right. However, there has to be a party platform, and I'm not sure anybody really understands what that is yet with him, and it's going to take some time to develop. There may be some contradictory positions. I'm sure there will be, as we have seen with other third parties. Honestly, this country has a long history of people trying to do this. It doesn't work out for a reason. I think that if your hope is to influence policy or steer the ship in the right direction, you have a much better chance of doing that by reforming a party from the inside or creating a movement from the inside, like President Trump has done, than you are starting a new party. You'll end up being a spoiler, and people don't like spoilers. It gets very old quick, and you wind up disliked by both sides.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Right, Ralph Nader?
Yeah,
Right.
Ralph Nader.
Poor
That's
Ralph
right.
Nader.
Ross Perot. Yeah, it didn't work.
Ross Perot.
Yeah. Rich, it's a great honor always having a show. We love what you've just done, and we love the new title, National Association of Independent Pollsters Chairman. Thanks for joining us tonight. We'll have you on again real soon.
All the best, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Take care.
Great stuff. All right, folks, after the break, one of the ways President Trump is trying to make America great again is by keeping American companies great. We'll talk about that and how well he's doing with it right after these messages.
Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. President Trump is attempting to make a lot about America great again. He's making America beautiful again. He's trying to make government great and smaller again. And he's helping to make our economy great again as well. And one of the ways that the president is trying to make our economy great is by helping to make American companies great too. And our next guest is also trying to do the same. He is the president and CEO of American Beverage, a group that advocates on behalf of the American non-alcoholic beverage industry. Kevin Keene. Kevin, great to have you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me, Amanda. Great to see you.
All right. So I hear this talk about how the American beverage industry it kind of epitomizes the American dream. It is everything that President Trump wants to see propagated throughout industry. Tell us about it.
Yeah, we're a great American story, Amanda, in that we're American companies. We make American products with American workers in America's hometowns. And that's not just a saying. I mean, that is who we are. And it's who we're going to continue to be in the future. So as the president is seeking to build a stronger economy, we think we're delivering on that vision for the president and for all the hometowns and communities that we serve across America.
Yeah, it's pretty important. And you're delivering more than that. You're delivering a lot of dollars to the economy. I think it's like $400 billion a year in economic activity in the United States and almost 300,000 jobs, right?
Right, John. And I think what's key to that is the type of jobs our bottlers are providing. First, if I just pull up for a second, we're actually a system of companies. Yeah. Some people might presume that, Coke and Pepsi and Keurig Dr. Pepper are just one big company, but they're actually a system of family-owned bottlers in communities across the country. Mm-hmm. And those bottlers are the heartbeat of our industry. They provide great paying jobs, the type of jobs the president's actually been talking about, the type of jobs where you don't necessarily need to have a college education. Certainly some jobs require that, but you don't need to have it. And they're good paying, family supporting jobs where a person can put down roots and grow in a community and raise their family. And we're proud of that. And our employees stay with our companies throughout their careers for that reason. And so it's the type of jobs and the type of contributions we make that we're just as proud of, including the fact that our companies make $4.8 billion in charitable contributions collectively in America. So we really are part of our communities that we serve.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
I remember in middle school, I went to Buffalo Rock, which is an iconic bottling facility in Birmingham, Alabama, and it was such an incredible operation to see, especially, as a young American, seeing the machinery and everything. It was amazing. I want to ask you, though, about the movement to end the SNAP benefits for things like soda, because it's good for the American people, but possibly bad for industry. How is that going to work out?
Well, look, our biggest concern about the SNAP restrictions, Amanda, are that they single us out. If there's a concern about added sugar or about the SNAP program in general, address the program, address everything that has added sugar. Mm-hmm. We think when you single out just our industry and our products, that's unfair, and that's an unfair knock on those jobs I just talked about, on those workers I just talked about, and the products that we make here in America. So we're looking, as much of anything, is for kind of a consistent application of whatever goal lawmakers are pursuing. And that's our biggest concern. We understand, look, we want to make America healthy again, too. We're very much invested in that. In fact, we've done so much work over the last 15, 20 years in the product innovation that you can see in the beverage aisle, that we've actually reduced calories in the marketplace by 42%. So we're making a gigantic impact on the calories and sugar in the marketplace. So that innovation is the type of free market innovation that I think is going to accomplish some of these goals much more successfully than restrictions and mandates, especially such narrowly drawn ones.
Yeah. There's a trend line that they call, I guess, the functional beverage movement, and it means that we're just looking for healthier, more unique things. That is a growing, booming part, and your industry is leaning into it, right?
400 products out there, more than 400 products out there, John, have zero sugar.
Yeah.
Now, I think a lot of people are going to automatically jump to the diet and zero sugar sodas.
Right.
But this goes well beyond those. These are the sparkling waters, the still waters, the hydration drinks, the zero sugar sports drinks, the teas, the energy drinks that are zero sugar, a whole plethora of innovation that our companies are developing and taking to market. And John, they're putting their marketing dollars behind it.
Yeah.
And that's what's getting people to try these products and take on these products and consume these products. In fact, 60% of the beverages Americans buy have zero sugar. So just think about that. 60% of what Americans buy in terms of our beverages have zero sugar. I don't think there's another industry that can come close to matching that type of innovation and transformation. So we believe we're doing a lot to answer the bell on helping do our part on some of the health concerns being raised. In fact, we're also helping with transparency and information so you can help discern what kind of beverage you might want. We just launched a website called goodtoknowfacts.org, where we take all the ingredients in all of our beverages and put them in one easy-to-use site that the consumer can now go to find out what type of products that ingredient is in, what names it might be called, included in Europe and Canada, and its regulatory status here in the U.S. as well as Europe and Canada. So basic core information for the consumer to help learn more about what's in our products.
That's huge. Goodtoknowfacts.org?
Yes.
Yeah, we
love
should
it.
bookmark that. Check
Before
that
we
out.
let you go, I want to ask you one other thing, because when we talk about the health sector, there's also another concern a lot of people have these days, which is plastic. So that's another value of buying these products that are bottled here in the United States rather than a product that comes in plastic from China or Mexico, because you have no idea if they are complying with no BPAs, no PFAS. It's a really good thing when you buy it here in the United States and it's American made, American bottled.
That's right, and that's why we need to keep building those strong supply chains here in the U.S. too, and support the president's efforts on that as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Kevin Keene, President and CEO of American Beverage. Thanks so much for being with us tonight, Kevin.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Great conversation.
All right, everybody, coming up after this, a few final thoughts before we head out for the night on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. Just a few stories to close out the evening. One of them, Zohran Mamdani has landed an incredible endorsement. A guy who used to back Cuomo in the New York City mayoral primary. Rep. Adriano Espellet is backing the far-left candidate. And this is a guy who could become the first Muslim mayor of New York City, a guy who espouses some insane economic theories.
The Muslim part doesn't bother me as much as just what he stands for.
Yeah.
I mean, the leans into communist principle, the lean into hatred and anti-Zionism. He admits he's an anti-Zionist. I mean, I think that means he doesn't believe that Israel has a right to exist as a state. The affiliations with some really extreme people. The Big Apple, which is the financial center of the world, will stop being the financial center of the world if he becomes mayor, because companies and executives are going to leave and they don't want to be part of this. And so New York's got a big decision. I still think that a Republicans plus Eric Adams, Republicans plus black voters coalition in a plurality race, Eric Adams might be the surprise winner, particularly if Cuomo were to get behind Eric Adams and create a counterbalance.
It could be incredible to see, because
keep an eye on that.
I mean, New York City is one of those cities. It has definitely gone through some seasons.
Yep.
Obviously, prior to Rudy Giuliani, you had areas like Alphabet City who were,
That's right.
I mean, basically no-go zones, and then Rudy came along and cleaned up the city.
Yeah, right.
And now, you know, it definitely is not back to where it was in the 70s.
Nope.
But it ain't good.
Yeah, no, it's not. And I think there's so much more that we're going to learn. He isn't fully vetted yet. He's got a pass, and we're still learning things about what he said, what he did, who he hangs out with, where he gets his money from.
Jerry's done some great reporting.
Yeah, it's Jerry Dunleavy's done some great reporting. We should get him on the show. There's more to be dug, but this is a real moment of consequence for New York City. This isn't just your normal, we got elected Democrat. You are making a decision that the entire world will have to process, depending how the outcome of the election is.
Yeah. Something else that the world has to process, the fact that this recent study showed that COVID boosters correlate with worse survival rates for cancer, with third most deaths. Terrifying.
It's a Japanese study.
Yep.
The COVID sensors are back at it today. As I told you, a friend of mine shared this story, excuse me, on LinkedIn, and he got immediately taken down. This is a debate that people don't have, but this is real data. We should be allowed to talk about the data. We can disagree. People can come more depth. I don't believe it, but we shouldn't need to censor the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so President Trump has announced a 50% tariff on Brazilian imports over Bolsonaro trial, and the only import I know about Brazilian is something the Kardashians have done on their backsides, and I'm sorry for laughing about it, but that's all I can think of about it.
Not going to go there. Yeah, you got Irishman to blush on that one. Thank you. No.
Oh, I told you should have worn more
makeup. That was not in the script. I just want to point that out. That was not in there. All right, well, that's fine.
Yeah, but President Trump really hammering down on a lot of these more nuanced tariff relationships.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, the next few weeks are going to be pretty consequential in the trade market. But here's the thing. Tariff revenues are going up in America.
Yep.
Inflation is still going down.
Yep.
The economy did not get roused by the Trump economic strategy. In fact, it's
unemployment
moving up. We're seeing 5 straight unexpected months of good employment. We're seeing inflation in check, energy prices down. Congresswoman Miller-Meeks said that energy is becoming a really dominant part of the economy again, which always drives everything else. All the scare tactics and fear tactics of the left and the legacy media haven't come true once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that we are seeing come true, and that is the pipeline between legacy media selling a certain story and agenda about ICE agents and ending up in tragedy and violence. And here we have again more ICE agents in San Francisco dealing with masked protesters. We have seen this in instances across the country. And, John, to me, What's amazing to me is that there are so many Americans or non-Americans, young people, whoever they are, who think it's okay to assault federal law enforcement. When I was their age, I would have been terrified at the prospect of that. My parents would have said, "You are who you hang out with," and I wouldn't have been caught dead near them.
Yeah, well, there is a generation of children. We talked a little bit about this with Congressman Fine. There's a 20-year radicalization of young people. And so these young people think what they do when they shoot mortars or fireworks or throw bricks at a president as they're in a video game. They're not. They're injuring and harming people who we're supposed to respect. And the only way to deal with this is to do like Texas just did, which is charge those people who attacked the ICE facility and charge them so hard that they ain't getting out again.
Yep.
You want to do it? We'll just run you all into prison. We'll just make bigger prisons, and you can hang out with your Tren de Agua friends and others and see what you think about it on the inside when you see how they really act as gang members.
Well, it should start before that. It's cultural. I remember a video during the George Floyd riots, a video that went viral of a mama dragging her son away from a protest, and everyone was cheering her on. And that's where it's got to start.
That's real America.
Yep.
I mean, that's real America. But there's going to have to be a crackdown. There has to be a consequence for this. There's been no consequence from George Floyd forward. The first time we're seeing it now is the Trump Justice Department.
No. And we still aren't seeing consequences for Black Lives Matter and the millions that they stole and used to buy houses and security systems in Malibu. And
there's consequences ahead, though. Keep an eye. There's a moment of consequence coming ahead.
Oh, I certainly hope. It's an era of law and order. So let's hope we do.
John Brennan seemed a little more nervous this week.
He sure did. I'm shocked, by the way, that he just keeps lying. I'm so.
Right. Something like that.
All right, everybody. That's all we have time for tonight. Thanks for being here. We'll see you tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. If you can believe it, we are coming up on the year anniversary of that assassination attempt on President Trump's life that nearly sent a bullet through his head. And we know Corey Comparatori, the fireman, brave gentleman there, lost his life in this attack. Well, we are just learning now that the Secret Service, nearly a year later, has disciplined 6 agents. Now, I say disciplined, and I can't tell you they were fired. So, first off, I'm asking myself, how was someone not fired over this? This is the worst outcome possible, other than President Trump losing his life, if you're a Secret Service agent, that somebody gets off multiple shots at the president, your protectee, and nobody's fired. In fact, the disciplinary ranges from 10 to 42 days. Now, CNN marched a former Secret Service agent out, and this is what he said.
But the reason why we're seeing suspensions and not terminations is primarily because these personnel actions are stemming from individual performance deficiencies, and those performance deficiencies were clearly identified in multiple investigations that happened in the aftermath of the assassination attempt. So really, these are errors in judgment or lack of oversight by these employees, not willful or malicious misconduct.
Wait, so because you suck at your job, you get to keep it? Not because you willfully sucked at your job. Now, I'm sorry, I have great respect for Secret Service agents and people willing to put their life on the line for the president and anybody else they're protecting. But again, the only way you are held responsible for something like this is, I believe, if you are fired. Only on CNN do they find a guy to make excuses for the agents so they can keep their jobs.
These suspensions actually right now are signaling an effort by the agency to balance accountability, due process, and most importantly, workforce stability. And this is all represented in a measured disciplinary response, right? They didn't have a knee-jerk reaction to terminate or suspend people right away. What they're doing is they're holding individuals accountable under the current progressive discipline structure.
Progressive discipline structure? What the hell does that mean? They didn't rush to fire anybody? I'm sorry. If somebody gets off a shot at the president on your watch and you're a Secret Service agent, I would think most Secret Service agents I know would probably resign. Now, this is the outrage because President Trump nearly lost his life. Thank God. God was on his side, and there were brave Secret Service agents that rushed in to help save his life as well. This is President Trump on a special coming up on Fox, being interviewed by his daughter-in-law, Laura Trump.
They should have had somebody in the building. That was a mistake. They should have had communications with the local police. They weren't tied in, and they should have been tied in. So there were mistakes made, and that shouldn't have happened. And that building was a prime building in terms of what they were trying to do. So, but I was satisfied in terms of the bigger plot, the larger plot.
Think about everything that happened afterwards, too. The roof gets washed off. They don't take DNA from the suspect crooks. They don't take fingerprints from crooks. There are questions about other shots. We've profiled those questions on this program. That new documentary that's coming out that raises the issue that there may have been a second shooter, and a lot of evidence to believe that, and yet we didn't really get anything. No answers here, and now 6 Secret Service agents suspended 10 to 42 days, almost a year from that fateful day. And don't forget about Corey Comparatori's family. I mean, they lost a loved one in all of this.
Why would they let the president come out? Why weren't they watching? We were all sitting ducks that day. Our blood is all over their hands. I'm angry. I lost the love of my life. My kids lost their father. They screwed up.
Oh, I feel for that woman and everyone who knew Corey, others injured. And, of course, the president himself has to deal with the aftermath of all of this. I would imagine that anybody there, including my own buddy Brian Glenn, would have PTSD from that event and seeing that unfold. I want to bring in now a gentleman that put his life on the line to protect protectees. That would be former Secret Service agent C.J. Jorf. We've talked about this subject a lot. C.J., welcome back to the program.
It's glad to be back under unfortunate circumstances, Grant. We had this conversation about a year ago.
Yes, we did, CJ. And if I remember correctly, you were saying somebody needed to be fired over this. What do you make of the punishment here for 6 agents?
All I can do is laugh, because what it boils down to, anyone that's ever stood a protective post for a president, vice president, visiting head of state, there's no room for almost perfect. What happened in Butler wasn't a misstep. It was a total collapse in planning, communication, and most importantly, leadership. 6 agents suspended for 10 to 42 days? That's a slap on the wrist. Accountability. You heard the recounts of the poor woman, the wife of Ms. Campatore. You can't bring that back. We almost lost a president. So when you look back at it, tragedy. Okay. What happened was the difference between an attempt, okay, a tragedy, and for the grace of God, in this case, a near tragedy. If that boy had any good skills, long-range skills, we'd be singing a total different story today as we sit here today.
You know, I still ask myself how this possibly could have happened when you think about all of the law enforcement agents that saw Crooks, the alleged shooter in this, that saw him. Secret Service apparently wasn't notified. He's on a building that is so close. They've got Secret Service snipers otherwhere that ultimately took Crooks out. After a year now, CJ, have you managed to figure out how we even let something like this happen?
So let's clarify all of this. Assigning inexperienced agents to a high-risk venue. That's not forced staffing. It's tactical negligence. There was a flag threat in advance. That alone should have elevated the entire response posture or the protective's posture. Let's talk about law enforcement. Law enforcement identified the shooter minutes before the attack. That intelligence never made it back to the people who could actually make a difference. I've been in those moments. Many of us agents have been in those moments. Coordination isn't a luxury. It's long days. It's dotting I's, it's checking T's, crossing your I's on your T's, crossing your T's, I'm sorry. But the difference that's made is what almost happened compared to what didn't happen. DHS, the report, sat there, read it, and completed. It said specifically, the Secret Service, bureaucratic, complacent, and static in their approach to that incident. That's not how we function. That's not how we function. Comfort leads to attacks, and in those cases, the worst case, those cracks almost cost lives. Something else
heard that other agent.
Say again?
Let me just ask you, you heard that other agent who talked about progressive discipline policies. I don't even know what he's talking about, keeping people on because you might have staffing issues. I don't want agents who aren't capable, even if you do have staffing problems on any job. What did you make of what he was saying? And I think it's pretty typical CNN would march a guy out saying those things compared to the guy I march out saying the complete 180 of what he was describing.
It comes down to culture. The bottom line, the culture does not fit the job. That many of us, many of my predecessors, many of the guys that I worked with, supervisors included, the bar was set here. You needed to reach above the bar to be successful. And that's what we did by putting in long hours, by working closely with our counterparts, by checking, double checking, rechecking, checking again just to make sure what you saw before, checking on your folks, making sure that they were properly posted, alert, ready for anything to happen, having a detailed evacuation plan in place if it did happen. Luckily, the agents up on that stage, the protective detail assigned to him, they did their job. But luckily, they were able to do their job and they weren't dealing with a deceased individual.
CJ, you spent many years protecting presidents, protecting others inside the Secret Service. You now look at, we have a new administration. President Trump, thank God, is there. He's in office. He's got new leadership at the Secret Service. Do you think that agency is improving under President Trump's administration? Is it where it needs to be? Do you feel safe that President Trump is safe?
Based on the improvements of where they were and what I've seen, what I've been told by agents actually working now, many, many changes have been made. But once again, complacency can kick in and we have another incident. I believe that president that we have sitting there, Donald J. Trump, is probably the most hated man in the world. We've got to have the bar very, very high to be responsible for anything that possibly can take place. That means your personnel have to be on their A game every single minute.
Well, it's great advice, and I'm grateful for your insight into all of this. Thank you for your service to this country, C.J. Jorath. It's great having you on the program, my friend. We will talk again soon, I'm sure.
Good seeing you, Graham. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Right back at you. And there's a guy who tells it like it is. And most of his friends that I know, other Secret Service agents served with him, all are just like that. Outraged by this 10 to 42-day suspensions for 6 Secret Service agents. All right, CJ just mentioned threats to the president. There's an Iranian threat that just came out, go figure. This one from a dude by the name of Mohammed Javed Larijani. I don't know if I said that right. He's a former senior advisor to high-ranking officials inside the government. I'll let Peter Doocy of Fox News spell out what the threat was about President Trump's sunbathing at Mar-a-Lago and the possibility of a drone attack. Peter Doocy of Fox News asked President Trump about it.
An Iranian official who says you, President Trump, have done something that he can no longer sunbathe in Mar-a-Lago. As you lie there with your stomach to the sun, a small drone might hit you in the navel. It's very simple. Do you think that's a real threat? And when is the last time you went sunbathing anyway?
It's been a long time. It's been a long time. I don't know. Maybe I was around 7 or so. I'm not too big into it. Yeah, I guess it's a threat. I'm not sure it's a threat, actually, but perhaps it is.
There's no doubt in my mind it's a threat. Would they be able to pull something like that off? Let's hope and pray not. I do believe the security is tighter than it's ever been around Mar-a-Lago and, of course, the White House as well. And by the way, I've spent a lot of time around President Trump in both formal and informal situations. I've never even seen the man in shorts, much less a bathing suit, topless sunbathing at Mar-a-Lago. Never see it. I see him in golf attire, always long pants. I don't think he's doing much sunbathing, as he said. Now we turn to the other threat. Threat to ICE agents. The violent left is in full-born go time. They are going after ICE agents, like 1,000% increase in attacks on ICE agents. We had 11 people now charged. We could throw up their mugshots. They're very, very odd pictures because of the 11 people, when you look at them, I'm not sure they fit the bill of who you'd think would be so angry unless you say, oh, are these Antifa-style people? Are these transgender people? I don't know. But they look like a very dubious cast of characters, to say the least. There is an 11th suspect on the run right now. His name is Benjamin Song. And apparently Andy No, our good friend who tracks Antifa, films Antifa, goes into the chaos, had obtained a video who he believes is Benjamin Song training potential Antifa violent activists. Watch this.
Today we're going to cover a lot of things, but the first thing we're going to cover is moving with other people around, right? So the first 2 concepts are going to be fire before flesh and getting online, okay? So if we both need to shoot at something or in a direction, we want to make sure we do it safely.
Law enforcement can use. On Alvarado, Texas, not far from where I broadcast from, they attacked these ICE agents and local law enforcement. One officer being hit in the neck. Luckily, he's expected to survive. They vandalized cars. You can take a look at this video. And they went all over the place, vandalizing ICE agents' undercover vehicles, all with the sole goal of drawing those ICE agents out. And then, of course, during the course of the investigation, agents found spray paint and tactical gear and even resist flags. This is the acting U.S. attorney who's in charge of this investigation in Texas. Take a listen.
Let's discuss the incident. It was a planned ambush with the intent to kill ICE corrections officers. Make no mistake, this was not a so-called peaceful protest. It was indeed an ambush.
It's absolutely horrible. And now all the left can talk about is, oh, the ICE people wear masks. Why are you thinking that the ICE agents are wearing masks? They're being doxxed, meaning their identities are being exposed publicly. And you've got lunatics like the people arrested that are going out and tracking them down and tracking down their families, quite frankly. So instead, you get Senator Alex Padilla saying nonsensical things like this.
One of the things that we're trying to tackle with this enforcement actions gone wild is so many federal agents without any clear marks on their uniform. You don't know what department or agency they represent. They're allowed to cover up, mask themselves. And so there's no way to identify them as a federal agent.
You know what? It's all a load of bullcorn. I went back and started looking at video, tried to find it. Take a look at what I found. Every arrest I could find, marked agents wearing tactical gear marked with ICE, wearing jackets marked with ICE or Border Patrol, local police marked with certain markings. And every arrest I saw after the suspect was in handcuffs, they were presented with a warrant. So do not listen to the left on all of this. I want to bring in now retired supervisory special agent in charge with ICE. Victor Avila is back with us. Victor, it's great to have you back on the program.
Great to see you, Grant.
All right, what do you make of these attacks? Look, in Texas, not far from me here, Alvarado, these guys could have been dead. We're lucky only one guy was shot in the neck and he's going to be survived.
This has to stop, Grant. 2 ambushes in Texas in a couple of days. They're going with all the raids in Portland and California. And I love what you just were mentioning, because in my career, when I went and arrested somebody, and I did have my identifiers and ICE and police and HSI, but I never once went in there and said, police Victor Avila. I didn't do that. I didn't give my name. I just announced my agency and that we were police. And for the left to want the identity of the individual conducting the law enforcement action is surreal. Police officers do it all the time. And I think it's maybe because they don't wear a uniform, but this rhetoric and misinformation, they're the ones spreading the lies that I think is enticing these crazy nuts like, Antifa and others to go after and cause harm on some of these agents. But let me tell you, Grant, I'm waiting for the left, and now it's several days now, and we keep on counting, but who in the Democrat Party is going to step up and have the courage to condemn these actions and stand before and the side of the American people, because that's their job. Their duty, as any other government at any level, is the public safety of their constituents.
Yeah, it sure is. And I don't think the Democrats even care about ICE agents. I think all they want to do is quietly spur this violence on. To me, this violence is coming from the left. You got people like Jasmine Crockett saying that this is coming from MAGA. I don't see MAGA attacking ICE agents or Antifa for that matter.
Absolutely not. It's definitely coming from the left. It is the narrative. They've been talking about this for years, Grant. Remember the old abolish ICE? They've hated ICE for a long time because, yes, this is politically motivated. It's ideologically motivated because of the immigration policies. They don't agree with it. It comes down to that, the border, illegal immigration, the cartels, fentanyl, all of that. You could lump all in there. But I cannot understand, I know a lot of American people just cannot understand why they are on the side of the bad guys, the criminals, the cartels, the father from Maryland. They are always picking the wrong person and the wrong hill to die on instead of the law-abiding citizen here that wants their representative to take care of what they're doing, instead of just going in there and maybe drafting up some legislation. How about doing your job instead of just hammering every single thing that President Trump is trying to do and fix our country?
Victor, it's amazing because I do believe it's a wink and a nod that the left gives to their followers to go out and attack whoever disagrees with them. I was talking about Jasmine Crockett. My crew did this for me. They pulled the soundbite. Take a listen to her.
The violence doesn't come from Democrats, just to be clear. I mean, obviously anyone can be a criminal, but it is MAGA. It's specifically MAGA faction. Like, I don't think traditional Republicans are getting engaged in all of this, but like, even when we look at, and they don't talk about the assassination attempts anymore that took place with Donald Trump, but these were Trump supporters, right?
You know, it's amazing. You look at the mugshots of those arrested for the attack in Texas. There's 10. There's another 11th who's wanted there. That is not the face of MAGA. Those are not NRA members. In fact, it's not what I would really expect. Some of them look like they're nearly transgender. And the reality is that is what I'm starting to expect. But when you look at that slew of mugshots, what goes through your mind, Victor?
One, I'll tell you what, I was kind of surprised as the level of organization of these individuals and the guns and the weapons that they had on them. That's kind of like, it's telling me a lot. And, you know, it's telling me that, yes, they have a very different ideology. They hate President Trump more than they love this country. They are being fueled by just the clip that you just played. And they're taking it all in, and they're going to take it all out. In this case, ICE agents. Let me tell you, Grant, this is very passionate for me. I'm very personal. I take this very personal. I was on the other side of an ambush with my partner. He was killed next to me. I took 3 bullets. I don't want anyone to get hurt. I don't want, especially a law enforcement officer. And I'm afraid that we're going to be talking about this very soon if they don't put an end to this quickly.
Yeah. I think we're going to be talking about it a lot, sadly, and you, more than anyone, knows what it's like to go through that. I just want it stopped. These guys are enforcing the law. That's it. And I don't know what the Democrats are so upset about, but that's what law enforcement is about. That's why we call them law enforcement. And I'll pray for them. And I appreciate you, Victor Avila, for all you've done for this country and what you've gone through and coming on the program, of course. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you for having me, Grant.
Absolutely. You know, it's unbelievable. If it was me, I'm going to tell you something, because when I had the height of the death threats coming into me when I was at the NRA, I don't get them as much anymore, I would give a little line out there. I would say, you know what? I'll leave the light on and the door's unlocked. You picked the wrong house and the wrong guy, okay? And maybe even before you show up, you might want to dial 311, or maybe I will, so I know where the electric lines are, where to bury the body, okay? And I don't need a mask. But that's just me. All right, President Trump's bold moves in Washington are delivering results, but your financial future, that's on you. With rising inflation, soaring debt, global uncertainty, it's time to diversify with Birch Gold Group. Gold is up over 40% in the last year, and central banks are buying it at record levels. Why? Gold holds value when paper money falters. Birch Gold makes it simple to convert your IRA or 401k into a gold IRA or buy physical gold for home storage. Text America to the number 989898 for your free info kit on gold. No cost, no obligation, just smart information. Text America to the number 989898. Take control today. All right, a lower court has ruled a nationwide injunction against President Trump's ban on birthright citizenship. How in the world is this possible? Well, radical judges. We'll talk about it next.
goes into the vat there.
Welcome back, everyone. I've got good news coming out of the United States Supreme Court. We've got another ruling that says President Trump can continue with his mass layoffs, firings inside the federal government. This is a good thing. This is about restructuring the federal government. This is about making sure it is efficient, making sure we don't have duplicate jobs with people doing duplicated roles throughout government. Take a listen to Congressman Mark Harris talking about this.
And this ruling today is going to give us a chance to shrink the size of government. That's what we were sent to Washington to do government differently. I think that's the whole reason the American people gave us a majority in the Senate, gave us a majority in the House, and put President Trump back in the White House. And this is a major, major win.
All right, so a major win for President Trump. Now, another blow to President Trump, but this blow comes from a radical judge in New Hampshire. It's the only way I could describe it, because what he did, in my opinion, flies in the face of what the Supreme Court originally ruled related to birthright citizenship and President Trump's executive order taking that away. Now, this judge granted class action status to infants and even the unborn, which really is interesting. So for a leftist judge, I'm sure he said it's not a baby if you want an abortion, but all of a sudden it is a baby now if you want to sue President Trump. Whatever's easiest for them, I guess. So this basically is his attempt to block the birthright citizenship. This is Tom Homan, the border czar, talking about his ruling, the New Hampshire judges.
Another example of a radical judge not paying attention to the Supreme Court ruling. The Supreme Court already answered this question. Now he says he has a class. These radical judges aren't going to stop. They want to stop the Trump agenda. What they need to understand, the American people are bored with this agenda, right? So, you know, the men and women of ICE are arresting public safety threats and national security threats every day across this country. Every illegal alien public safety threat they arrest makes this country safer. That should be a nonpartisan issue.
All right, when it comes to constitutional issues, there's a guy that probably is at the top of my list when it comes to trust on his assessment of these things. This is why we bring him on the program. He is Heritage Foundation's senior legal fellow. Hans von Spakovsky is with us. Hans, it's great to have you back on the program.
Thanks for having me back.
All right, what do you make of this birthright citizenship ruling, class action status, to the unborn, to infants? Lay it out for me.
Well, this isn't unexpected. You'll recall that in the decision the Supreme Court issued, Justice Alito wrote a concurrence. In other words, he agreed with the majority, but he pointed out the failure of the majority opinion, which was that it did not deal with class action certifications. And he was predicting that these same judges who were violating the law by issuing universal injunctions would now violate the rules for class certification and just willy-nilly grant certification without actually meeting the very strict, very intensive evidentiary standards you have to meet before you can certify a class. And I think that's exactly what happened in this particular case.
All right. So in layman's terms, he basically said if you're an infant that was recently born in America, you could sue over this birthright citizenship executive order that would take that away. Do you have to have a group already in place? I know there was like 2 or 3 people that were in place, but does that make a class? Do you need a whole slew? What makes a class?
Well, part of the issue is that all of the very same issues have to be at stake for all of the members of the class. And that's obviously not the case here. I mean, for example, is the judge saying that children born of aliens who are in the country legally are in exactly the same position as children who were born of aliens who are here illegally? What about the children of diplomatic personnel? They've never been considered citizens, and yet under this ruling, this class certification, basically the judge is throwing them into the same class as other aliens. What about permanent resident aliens? Are their children different from other legal aliens who are here, for example, just as tourists? The issue is not the same for all of these different children. And that's just one of the failures of this judge in his class certification.
So what happens now? The Trump administration, I'm sure, appeals this. Where does it go?
Well, yeah, they will try to appeal this. Don't know what the Court of Appeals will do, although given that it's in New Hampshire, that particular circuit court of appeals is very liberal. So we may just end up at the Supreme Court again on an emergency appeal. And like I said, this boils down to and goes back to the fact of what Alito said, that the court, in its original opinion, did not deal with this issue the way they should have. And look, this is just one of multiple bad decisions we've gotten in the last 2 weeks from rogue federal judges in other cases involving other issues.
Do you think the Supreme Court could have saved us a lot of time if it just would have directly taken on the birthright citizenship issue and put that to bed? Or were they unable to do that because of the legal maneuvering and the way the law sets up?
Well, no, I don't think they could deal with it because they had not yet gotten the kind of extensive briefing they need to get on the history of the 14th Amendment and the Citizenship Clause. You know, you have all these judges out there saying, oh, this has been a settled issue since the start of the country. That is false. Any judge who says that has not actually researched the issue, has not looked at the legislative debate and history of the 14th Amendment, and in fact is making a huge, colossal error. And yet we've heard that said by the federal judges in these cases.
Lastly, this idea that the unborn can join the class action, I find it very rich coming from a radical leftist judge who I'm sure would tell you that it's not a baby until the moment it's outside of the womb or a life, but all of a sudden now it's okay to sue President Trump.
Yeah, well, it's just another sign of how they make claims when it's convenient, and when it's not, they take the exact opposite view. But that's typical of the left.
Yeah, it sure is. Hans von Spakovsky, I appreciate you coming on tonight. As always, thank you, sir.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, folks, listen up. You need to learn about energized health and intercellular hydration. I did. I lost 15 pounds in 2 weeks. Supercharge your energy, boost your immune system, dramatically increase your brain function, look and feel years younger, all through a simple and natural process. Don't believe me? Go to energizedhealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. That's Energized Health. They offer 100% money-back guarantee. They're A+ rated and have helped thousands over 20 years. Go to energizedhealth.com. While you're there, check out their free masterclass. That's energizedhealth.com. And tell them Grant Stinchfield sent you. All right, it's a bird. No, it's a plane. No, it's an illegal immigrant. Superman. Yes. Well, we'll talk about it next. Welcome back, everyone. So this new Superman movie is out, and it's getting a lot of publicity that it is ultra woke. Well, I think the reason it is starting to get that rap is because the executive producer's brother gave an interview, and he said this.
What the movie is about, I think, that, like, we support our people, you know? We love our immigrants. We love, yes, Superman is an immigrant, and yes, the people that we support in this country are immigrants, and if you don't like that, then you're not American.
Well, as my 16-year-old son pointed out, Superman did not come here at his own accord. He was shot from his planet and ended up here. Not his choice, so not quite like the immigrants in America. Now, my son went and saw the movie today. He said, Dad, not that woke. Yet, still MAGA folks are mad when people react to our criticisms like this. This is Nathan Fillion at the red carpet. I don't know who that is, but he must be in the movie or something. Roll it.
Oh, James has said that Superman is an immigrant story, that it is political. MAGA today was getting a little upset that he called Superman an immigrant. I wanted to get your reaction.
Somebody needs a hug. It's just a movie, guys. It's just a movie.
All right, so no, I don't need a hug. But that's the kind of rhetoric that spews this stuff. It spurs it on. So I'm talking about it on Fox and Friends. So I wanted the truth. So I went to people I trust. I went to my 16-year-old son. He went and saw it today. He called me right away and he says, Dad, it wasn't that woke. There was one part they talked about Democrats and Republicans, and they could both agree that Zod is bad. Remember, kneel before Zod. The other guy I really trust is a comic book artist who basically quit DC Comics because Superman was going so woke in the comic books to start his own comic book company called Big Man Comics. Gabe El-Taib is with us. And Gabe, too, at my request, went and saw the movie today. Gabe, welcome to the program.
Grant, thank you so much for having me. I just drove home. I followed the speed limit. I just got here like a minute ago to my house. I just got out of the movie. So I wanted to watch it before I said anything about it because I'm hearing a lot. It's woke. It's not woke. It's horrible. It's good. I've heard a lot of stuff, and I can't wait to tell you about it.
All right. Woke or not woke, Gabe?
It is not woke. I have no idea why the director's brother would say that or the other actor. Like we saw with the Snow White movie, that woman, the actress, she tanked it for Disney by all her attacking of conservative, non-woke people. This movie's outstanding. It's not woke at all. The father and the mother, Ma and Pa Kent, they're important to this. Love and bravery and all the good classic stuff is there. I don't know why you would try and sabotage yourself by saying things like that. I don't know if it was like a gotcha from the reporter or what. I love the movie. It's all I ever wanted. Remember, Grant, you met me when I quit working at DC Comics because they made Superman woke. And I text my old boss, Jim Lee. He's the boss at DC Comics. I just texted him when I got out of theater. And I said, thank you for doing this. It's all I ever wanted. That's Jim Lee's art right there. And he's my hero as an artist, the one that made me want to be an artist when I was like a 12-year-old. And I texted him and I said, thank you. This is all I was telling you when I quit.
Folks out there, I want you to know this. Literally, Big Man Comics, your creation, is about non-woke comics. It's about masculinity and family and values and truth, justice, and the American way, what they dropped from Superman in the comic versions. You told me today when I spoke to you, you said, I don't even want to really go see the movie, but I'll go see it for you so I can talk about it. Now you're telling me it's great.
I loved it. I didn't want to see it because I saw what they said about, MAGA people got their feelings hurt and this, that, and the other. It's like, hey, if you want to tell me I'm dumb or I'm a scumbag or whatever, then I'm not going to give you my money. But you wanted me to come on the air and talk about it. So I felt like, well, I need to see it if I'm going to speak intelligently about it. So I saw it and I'm shocked at what I'm seeing. Maybe they're learning their lesson in Hollywood, but I'm not going to trust just yet. But it might be they're learning their lesson to knock it off.
I've told you my son, and he's a great reference for me, especially on top of he's a superhero guy. And he said, Dad, there's a big difference between the comics and some of the movies. And he was talking about, not just Warner and DC and Marvel and Disney and all the different. But is that true that there's a difference between the wokeness of the comics, which seems to be very bad, and where the movies are headed now? Are we learning our lesson in the movies?
I think they'll have to because the movies, those cost them a lot more money. To make a comic book, you're talking 5 figures, right? To make movies, you're talking hundreds of millions when you're doing something like this. So the margin for error for them is obviously a lot less when they're making a movie. I think with comics, again, it's much cheaper to produce, so they can get away with taking some losses there. But I think in the theaters, everybody likes money. We're all capitalists. No matter how left-wing they say we're all capitalists here. They want to make money.
All right, so do you think that Hollywood is starting to learn its lesson then? After watching this movie, I don't know if you've seen the other superhero movies, some of the Marvel movies, recent ones that have come out. Are we headed in the right direction?
Man, if I knew that, if I could predict the future, Grant, I'd be playing the stock market like crazy. I have no idea. You would think common sense would rule the day. You would think just capitalism, even if they weren't going to be moral about it. Because I don't like wokeness, and you don't either when we've spoken privately, because it's immoral, not just because it's bad quality. I hope that they get their head out of their behind and just realize that you give people this fun, entertaining stuff. You don't pound them over the head with lectures and calling them evil because they're conservative or patriotic. Just entertain them. That's what I try to do with my imprint, Big Man Comics. Our first goal is to entertain. I'm not going to lecture you.
And that's the best way, actually, to inform people is through entertainment. Real quick, in about 30 seconds, you got a new comic book version out. Why don't you tell me what it is and what's the goal of that and where people can find it?
Well, you go to bigmancomics.com. Anyone who's met me in real life, I'm a big man. I'm 6'4". I named it after myself. Empyrean. You know how Disney, they did a number on Star Wars. So I brought it back for you, baby. So I'm going to launch the crowdfund for this. on July 24th, my 47th birthday. If you're at San Diego Comic-Con, you can pick it up. You can go to Big Man Comics right now, get on the mailing list, and see how you can support that. And then Tyrus, the Fox News superstar, the pro wrestling star, he and I made our own superhero book called The Unstoppable Tyrus. That'll be later in the fall, but I'm having a lot of fun. You can go to bigmancomics.com right now and check out some other comics I have. Some with Superman himself, Dean Cain. Wow. But Empyrean, if you love Star Wars and you hate what Disney did to it, I fixed it for you. So you can go get it from me, bigmancomics.com.
I know comic book fans know who you are. Gabe is getting to be his own legend in his own right in the comic book world. And I appreciate you coming on, buddy, and laying it out for us. And I appreciate you going to the movie. And I'm glad you had a great time. Buddy, thank you, as always.
All right, Grant. It was awesome. Thank you. I'll be back anytime you want.
You got it. Bigmancomics.com, folks. Go there. All right. We are not out of the weeds yet. Globalists want your body to become part of the Internet of Bodies. And RFK Jr. looks like he's behind this. Folks, what is up with RFK Jr., Secretary of Health and Human Services? He now wants every American wearing a wearable, okay? These wearables are hooked up to the internet. It sounds Orwellian to me that you want to monitor every single American. Listen to him.
We're about to launch one of the biggest advertising campaigns in HHS history to encourage Americans to use wearables. It's a way of people can take control over their own health. They can take responsibility. They can see, as you know, what food is doing to their glucose levels, their heart rates, and a number of other metrics as they eat it.
But here's what the globalists want. They want that hooked up to the, quote, internet of bodies, meaning the internet of everything. Everything's connected, including nanotechnology they're working on to put into your body that would monitor your vitals, that would search for disease in your body. All sounds good until it's put to very bad use, as this gentleman spells out.
Just think of, I don't know, a place like North Korea. People walking around with these biometric bracelets, and you walk into a room and you see a picture of Kim Jong-un on the wall, and something happens to your blood pressure that the algorithm correlates with some bad emotion like anger, and that's the...
Well, it's about freedom. Freedom from Big Brother, please. That's what the wellness company is all about. They got these kits. You have prescription medications at home, by the way. twc.health/voice is the address. I want to bring in now Chief of Disaster and Emergency Medicine for the wellness company. Dr. Kelly Victory is with us. Dr. Victory, let me ask you first, what do you make of RFK Jr. now wanting everyone to wear wearables? Sounds innocuous until you think what could really be done with that kind of data.
Well, thanks for having me, Grant. Fortunately, Bobby Kennedy Jr. has walked back those comments a little bit, because he went on in that clip to say that he wants every American to be using a wearable within the next 4 years, which I find terrifying. There's no question that there's a role for wearables for certain people, certainly people who have diabetes or pre-diabetes, people who have issues with blood pressure. You can actually monitor that in real time, get some feedback, and then intervene, whether it's by changing your diet, taking insulin, taking your blood pressure medication, whatever it is. But it's a very slippery slope. As you said, where this data goes is the problem. It doesn't generally go just to the wearer. It is able to be captured by the cloud and then from there go anywhere. So I think for me, the issue is that without question, the government's capabilities with regard to surveillance far surpass, I think, everyone's imagination. They're taking pictures of you every 15 seconds. I travel very, very often. And they take my photo, 17 times while I'm at the airport. Yeah. So I know that they have the ability to surveil us. But the idea that this could be done under the guise of health intervention, that this is going to be, it's somehow being positioned as something that everybody should do, well, that's ridiculous. There's no reason that everybody needs to be wearing one of these. It should be personal choice. And then where that data goes and how it's used needs to be very tightly controlled. You just played one example of how it could be misused. But what about if the government is now able to determine who are going to be the high-cost users of healthcare resources? If all of a sudden it is now known by the government who has pre-diabetes, who has hypertension, who has high cholesterol, who isn't doing their 10,000 steps, all of a sudden that data can be used for nefarious purpose.
Yeah. I'll tell you a great example of this. My son has a Tesla. His insurance now went down because he rarely drives. And I get a notice, your insurance went down $25 because you rarely drive and your driving habits. And I'm like, well, wait a second. That means somebody's watching his driving habits.
Correct.
Sounds all well and good until now you put this in medicine. And you put this in every aspect of your life. Somebody knows every move you're making and what you're doing. I know, Dr. Victor, I want to tell people where they can find the wellness company, because this company is on the forefront of medical freedom. Doctors like Dr. Victory at the wellness company that are critical thinkers. And, of course, they've got the medical kits. There's the parasite cleanse, which is absolutely fabulous. twc.health/voice. You need to have one of these kits on hand. Ivermectin in here as well. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10% off. That's promo code VOICE. All right. This leftist thinks blue states would win a civil war. That's next.
tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna.
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Welcome back, everyone. Blue states would beat red states in a civil war. Only a leftist would talk about this. I don't want to go to civil war with anybody.
Oh, MAGA, don't you understand? If we have another civil war, all the blue states will control all the fresh water. You guys don't think this through, do you?
I got some other ideas about why red states might win. I'm not going to say them here because they'd write about it all over the place, but they're pretty valid reasons why I think red states would win. And by the way, we have water in Florida and Texas and Oklahoma and Nebraska, all places with people who really love freedom and Second Amendment and things like, oh, I said it. Anyway, that's it for us. I don't want civil war. All I want is the truth. That's what I'm spreading. My weapon is my words. It's the fact. It really is. And it works. Stinchfield's Army rolls. See you tomorrow.
welcome to Turning Point tonight. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. We are at the Student Action Summit 2025 in beautiful Tampa, very, very hot Tampa, Florida. If you want to come, you still got time to buy tickets. SAS2025.com. Tickets still available. Student Action Summit here in Tampa. If you're not here, I don't know. I assume that you're live. I assume your hair is blue. You complain about things constantly. You love the government. You have pronouns in your bio. If you're not here, I guess that's what the case is. We have a fantastic show. I will warn you up front. Don't tune out. But I will warn you that we're going to talk about Justin Bieber. Trust me, it's important, and you're going to want to stick around for it, but that's next. First, everybody gets concerned about all of the young people in this country. There are so many of them that are blue-haired libs that are just ruining the country, voting in a way that is not advantageous for really anybody. Fortunately, though, Turning Point is a fascinating organization that allows students to be themselves and express their conservative opinions and beliefs. And some of those students are joining us today. Clayton and Dino are Turning Point students. And, I think you guys are bright, shining lights in the future of the conservative movement. But it was funny when we said, what do you guys want to talk about on this show? Without skipping a beat, Dino said immigration.
Yes.
It's my number one thing. So... go.
It's not just the number one thing. I think it's the number one thing in the entire Western world. I mean, if we look at Europe right now, it's cooked. Canada's even more cooked. The U.S. isn't purely because we elected Donald Trump in November, and that is a shining light for us because we actually have somebody with the will and authority to get rid of all of the illegal immigrants in our country. Nobody in Europe has the will, and arguably, they may not even have the authority. It really depends. We'd have to see, but it certainly hasn't played out anytime recently in their history. We have a real trooper in Donald Trump who's actually willing to go out there and start doing these immigration crackdowns. You've seen what happens in LA recently where they just kind of go into a park and scoop as many of them up as they can and deport them. Look, the reality is that this is an existential crisis facing the United States, and if we can't turn the tides, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, it's not going to be the United States as we see it today.
Dino, I'm not sure if you're aware, you're in college. You're supposed to say things like "we're on stolen land" and other random dumb phrases like that.
Right.
This is why I'm excited. People tend to care about this. Clayton, to kind of piggyback on this sort of thing. It's not a secret that the culture is what makes up the country, right? And the culture is kind of delineated between borders, and on one side of Charlie famously says this is where good ideas start and good ideas and bad ideas start is where the U.S. border is. And right now, if I'm analyzing what you're saying correctly, it's that we're at risk of losing the American culture. How do we not? And I understand you're in college and you're have that sort of perspective, but on campuses, how do we stop that from happening?
Yeah, I think it's super interesting. I mean, even having the opportunities to go to events like this that Turning Point puts on is just an incredible experience. I mean, you don't get anywhere else you can listen to speakers like this. I mean, people heavily involved in the government, the real decision makers. And I think it goes back to the silent majority, right? People are all talk, especially on the left, going, I mean, this is real time. You're hearing people sound check. It's chaos here.
It's all good.
It's all good. But they shipped them out over to the Hamptons or Nantucket to see how they felt when they were really in their backyard, right? And I think it's interesting because it's like, do as I say, not as I do, right? And it's like they don't want that. But I think that it comes back to the silent majority and how many people really want these people in their backyard. Not a lot of people really do. It sounds great to them on the outside, but I think the silent majority is what wins, and I think that's what's coming across on the college campuses. Yes, you have the blue-haired people that don't know their gender, but at the same time, there's the people that are a little quieter. It's just because they're not as loud that they weren't getting the attention, and I think people are more willing to come out now.
So you talked about shipping the illegals all over the country, which I think I've been in politics for a while. I've seen political stunts over and over and over again. They never really work. They kind of rally the base. That is, I think, one of the first political stunts, and it was a political stunt. That was one of the ones that worked. I've never seen a political stunt actually work. I'm curious, from your in college, Was that something that you were aware of? I mean, you're probably pretty attuned to this, but was it something that people in general were aware of?
We're like paying attention to that happening?
Yeah. Like,
I'm not entirely sure, you know, it's not something that, so I'm from Arkansas. I go to the University of Arkansas.
Yeah.
And, you know, they weren't exactly shipping them to us,
yeah,
per se, because it's a little bit out of the way from most of the places. But I mean, if you look at, I actually take a little bit of contention with it. I think ultimately it was the right move, but at the time I had taken some contention with it because look at what's happened is over the last 20, 30 years, what has happened is all of the illegal immigrants tend to make their way towards these big blue cities anyways. Yeah. And then that is actually used to pad out the Democrats' electoral voting power through apportionment. Now, illegal immigrants in the United States of America can't vote, but they are still counted in the census towards voting. And so one of the things I mentioned why this is so important actually is these deportations need to happen because right now the Democrats have, 10 to 14 House seats that they should not have because these people should have never been counted in the first place. And the next census is probably not going to get passed through in a bill to run a new census anytime soon. I presume, if anything, the Senate parliamentarians just going to strip that anyway and say, well, it violates the Byrd Rule. So the reality is that I think that the next big battle is going to be the 2030 census, meaning Trump needs to fulfill his promises. We need to win the midterms and we need to win 2028 because we need a Republican in office when it is time to conduct the 2030 census. A lot is staking on that today.
I am listening and agreeing with everything you're saying. I'm also, in a not weird way, getting like giddy feelings inside that you've got college kids that are saying this sort of stuff. Hey, look, these are trained political television professionals. This is a kid in college. This is very exciting. I'm very excited about it. Clayton, you mentioned you're a football player.
Exactly, yeah.
On the college camps, how do you kind of maneuver the culture in such a way that kind of reacts to nuance and understands kind of the implications of different policies and how to implement them and all that stuff? How does that happen on college campuses, especially in kind of your position?
You know, it's really interesting, especially these private schools, these higher education institutions. It's just there's so much bureaucracy and it's so hard to maneuver all them that it's really discouraging, especially for people with a voice, athletes, entertainers, influencers. It feels discouraging at a certain point where you're like, what's the point? Why am I even doing this? And I think that's by design by the left and what they've ingrained in obviously media as well, but the education and higher academia, it's so ingrained in the culture there that it's so hard to get anything done. And it makes nobody want to share their voice. And I think it's changing a little bit. It takes a couple at a time, couple athletes to kind of show their voice, and more prominent people on campus is what kind of brings out, whether it's fraternities, sororities, sport athletes. I think that could be a big next step for, I don't think the left's smart enough to leverage that. So I think it's going to be from the conservative side that could use that to kind of boost up their values and kind of bring these people out of the closet. Because I think there's a lot of them that are still there.
I was going to say, I'm not sure how many people on the left are playing college sports effectively. I'm not sure they're known for being athletes. Did you have something to say here? Because I've got a question that I'm
I did actually.
I
mean, we saw very recently what the left thought they were going to do to connect with college-age frat men, and that's that they sent some like fat lesbian woman to go. And I'm sitting here thinking, if you show up to a frat, there's a good chance they're going to say, hop on the scale, and then kick you off of their porch. Or they're going to call all the boys to say, we need to support this porch. Like, it's just, that's not connecting with college-age men. You obviously don't care about the things they care about, and you don't want to care about them. So what are we doing here? Just be who you are.
Just as another disclaimer, the thoughts of the guests don't necessarily reflect the thoughts of the show, even though I have the thoughts of the show. That's a pretty hilarious anecdote there. Okay, I'm curious about this, and I'm sure people at home are curious about this because a lot of people that watch this show are married and are on with their lives, not over obviously, but well in their years. What's it like dating in college campuses right now? There was an eye roll. I don't know if the camera was on him at that particular point, but that eye roll hit the back wall over there. Give me your thoughts on that.
I mean,
prospect.
It's so inauthentic, right? I mean, the big media is the problem. That's what starts it all. You know, they have a monopolization over this whole market, and they've ingrained it in everybody. And obviously, COVID and the pandemic contributed to this as well. The lack of social skills, the lack of courage to go out and ask somebody out, to go out to a real dinner, right? Everything's done on Instagram, Twitter, whatever you want to say.
Interesting.
Text, not even real text anymore. Nobody's FaceTiming. It's like Snapchat. Like, go ask somebody out, right? That's the American dream. Go ask somebody out. Have a family. Go on a date. That's not happening anymore.
at all on your college campuses?
It's scary. It's scary. And everybody likes to think they're real, but nobody wants to have a real relationship because they think it's easier, but it'll catch up to them later, right?
You're literally correct. I don't even have a Snapchat. Do you know how many people walk up, hey, can I get your Snap? It's like, I don't have a Snapchat. Oh, okay. They walk away. It's like, okay, well,
I think it's twofold though. Like, from a guy's perspective, going to ask your girl out, it seems like yes, it's challenging, but it's like, why won't you go do it? Well, a lot of the responses from women also aren't very positive. So I think it's a joint venture kind of to make this mission more possible, right? Being less superficial. And I don't like to generalize in that sense, but I think it's a tandem venture that we'd have to embark on to kind of solve this cultural crisis.
But I think it's a little deeper than that because, your buddy will be like, hey, the worst she can say is no, bro. It's like, and then you're sitting in the office of like student affairs with a sexual harassment charge.
Much worse.
It's ridiculous. It turns out she was a crazy liberal, and she found your Instagram and was like, oh, that's the Turning Point chapter president. He sexually harassed me.
I mean, there's so many people out for blood. That's really the thing. It's just like, be authentic. If somebody says no, it's whatever. It is what it is. But then there are other implications. It's not the worst thing that they say is no. There's a lot more to it, which is so sad to see that we've gotten to this point.
Even within conservatives, my main contention is that there's lots of people that aren't looking to date long term. They're just trying to have fun while they're in college. It's like, okay, that's not living up to your conservative values either, is it?
I mean, it's really getting away from like the nuclear family, right? And that whole discussion of what's the conservative values of having a family, building it up. Everything's so casual now. Nobody really wants to make a commitment, and people are scared to fail. Failure is where you learn, right? It's not a challenge; it's an opportunity to grow. And I think people are so scared of this to take a risk, to maybe make a commitment, right? To actually date somebody and not have a casual situationship, for lack of a better word, right? This hookup culture, and it's so sad to see that we hopefully we can get back to. And I think we're in that direction, but it's going to take a lot to get there.
Is there Are there any hacks that you use to try and figure out it? Like, so for example, I've been off the dating scene for
go to church?
A long time.
Is that a valid answer?
Yeah, go to church. That could be a hack, but more specifically, I had a single friend that was like, I'll be interested in a girl. I'll find her on Instagram. I'll scroll down to about June of 2020 and see if there's a black square on there.
That's smart.
and if there is, nope.
Yeah, I think it's important. I've always had too much of an emphasis on checking the right boxes, right? I think it's a balance between making sure they have the right values, but also letting it happen naturally and don't try to force your way in. And I think I'm guilty of that same thing, right? To try to manipulate the situation and to find your perfect fit. But I think it also just comes down to, and it might not seem like it in the moment, but you have to put yourself out there and meet these people, and you have to trust that the right person will like you for who you are, and you don't have to be on that superficial level. And the right person, and if they're not okay with that, you being comfortable, you being yourself, then they're really the right person.
Interesting. Do you know any follow-up on that?
I don't give dating advice because I don't have good dating experiences.
A lot of wisdom and advice coming from people who aren't married here.
Right.
So, no, but it is interesting to kind of dig into like what that process is even like anymore. I didn't have a smartphone when I met my wife. Like that's how much has changed and how old I am. But guys, thank you so much for being here. Really,
absolutely. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks for taking the time. Hope you enjoy the weekend. SAS 2025. Be here. If you're not, I assume that you were upset when Joe Biden dropped out of the race. Coming up next, again, a discussion about Justin Bieber that you might want to flip the channel, but don't. Just stay here. It's interesting. It'll get you some interaction with some people in your family that probably love Justin Bieber. So stick around. We'll be right back after the break.
Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Secretary Pete Hegseth, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, and more. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. The future is ours to build. Register now at SAS2025.com.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Thanks for sticking with us. We are at the Student Action Summit here in Tampa. It is absurdly hot outside, so the only way you can stay cool is just get back inside here at SAS. Here's some amazing speakers. SAS 2025. There are tickets still available. You could still come. At least I think. So don't quote me on that. SAS2025.com. We are joined by Turning Point contributor and all-around extraordinary human being. If I can just so much goodness coming out of this whole couch. Morgan McMichael and Turning Point student Amanda. Hey, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate you guys taking the time.
SAS day one. Wait, no, tomorrow's day one.
Yes, tomorrow's day one. We're not
We're
there
getting
yet.
ready.
SAS 2025. You can get tickets still. So, all right. So we teased this, and I am serious about this because I do think there are cultural implications here. Justin Bieber. and I know people at home are groaning and going, "Why are we talking about?" No,
this is important. This is
okay. I don't know if you get to say that because you think it's important regardless of what happens. I'm saying it as a person who is not so involved in the pop culture world. It actually is important because Justin Bieber's a married guy with kids.
Exactly.
A kid. And I think regardless, that's a good thing. Things are going in the right direction. Morgan, fill us in on what else is happening.
Okay, there's a lot of controversy going on. So basically, Justin Bieber announced today that his new album will be dropping tonight. The title of the album is Swag. And with the teaser photos, there's a photo of him and Haley and also a photo of him and his child. But there's controversy about this because leading up to this, honestly, nobody knew that this album was going to come out. Like, it was out of nowhere. Before this, there was a lot of drama about him and his wife, Haley Bieber, because people were telling Haley that she should get a divorce, that Justin Bieber is crashing out, that he's going through a mental health crisis. And then today, Haley kind of clapped back to all of the haters by reposting this album release and saying, like, is it all clocking to you now? There was a meme that kind of went viral about this a couple weeks ago. But I digress. It is very cool to see somebody like Justin Bieber, who is married, who does have a child, who is somebody who was wronged for so many years by the Hollywood and by the music industry, who has coming out with an album. And I am very excited to see what he has to say, what Haley has to say, and just what the future of pop music looks like.
Well, I think you hit on a good point, too, because Justin Bieber is culture. Whether you like him or not, he is a representative of where the culture is going. Amanda, you're younger, right? And I don't know what your relationship to Justin Bieber is in terms of you being a fan or not. What is there a sort of like intangible, not very easily definable, positive feeling about a guy who's married with kids and has all the fame and success that he has? Not to say that he's perfect, but how does that kind of inform your view of the world or your opinions and those of your colleagues, friends?
Yeah, well, first, I just want to start out to say that I am a diehard Justin believer. I'm a believer, and I remember when I was younger, my mom would, like, show me clips online of, like, Justin Bieber, like, taking girls on stage, and that was, like, the dream to, like, go to one of his concerts and being taken on stage. So I just, like, remember that, and just remember growing up, I had a big, like, purple poster of him in my bedroom, so I loved him a lot. But yeah, I think it's really cool that someone who has a wife, someone who has a kid, is now coming, kind of, like, stepping back into that stage of coming out with music. And I think that people in my generation are really excited to see what his new album entails. And it's really cool to see someone kind of from my childhood who now has these good values to be kind of coming back out and like showing Gen Z.
I like that because, can I ask you something?
Yes. Let's go.
Again, we're not talking about necessarily Justin Bieber being the perfect person, right? Nobody's saying that.
Hit on this.
But is it in a way like normalizing marriage and families? Because right now,
I hope so.
I grew up with, celebrities get divorces like they eat mints, like it just happens all the time. They don't ever stick together. Is the culture kind of shifting a little bit?
I think that the pulse on the culture, especially with Gen Z and millennials, is 100% getting married, having children younger. I know there's been a lot of like kind of the trad wife era that has been perpetrating social media. But when you're looking at mainstream celebrities, there's really not a lot of people, men and women, to look up to who are married.
Yeah.
Also, Haley Bieber is an entrepreneur herself who just sold her makeup brand for $1 billion to Elf Cosmetics. So her and Justin, I think, are kind of the ultimate ultimate power couple. I am interested to see what these songs entail, because we have seen Justin Bieber be so faithful and talk about his faith with Jesus Christ over and over again. And he came out actually with a Christian album, I believe, a couple years ago. But then coming on this album coming up, Sexy Red, very controversial female rapper, is also featured on their album along with Gunna, I believe. I just saw a post on X about this. So I don't know. I have some mixed feelings about this. And I, for one, if Justin Bieber goes back on tour, I think there should be like kind of what Taylor Swift and Eras tour. I think Justin Bieber should do a Never Say Never Never tour ever. Because I would go. And I think millions of Americans and worldwide, I think it would be honestly the #1 tour anyone's ever seen.
For the folks at home that may be glazed over during that tirade of Justin Bieber, and this is not a bad thing necessarily. This is why I think it's important.
Funny. It's cool.
What else I think it's important for people to understand kind of where the culture is, because I'm sure they have kids, they have grandkids who listen to Justin Bieber, who will listen to this album and aren't necessarily like politically inclined. Amanda, I'd be curious, like your friends at school on the college campus, obviously you're politically involved, right? But you're not the only thing that makes up the culture. What is it like with people who aren't like hyper like, oh, political, kind of seeing that? How does that kind of inform how they view the world? Not necessarily politically, but just life overall.
Yeah, well, I think some of my friends who have also grown up with Justin Bieber, like they would want to kind of listen to his new album to kind of see what he's putting out now. But even those people who may not be like super conservative, I think that they also do want the kind of family, like nice life after school and after college. So I think that this also kind of gives them like a role model to kind of look up to, who maybe Justin Bieber and Hailey Bieber might not be like, they might not be super involved politically, but they also have the kind of like regular, like married, one kid, and they kind of have that type of life that other people are also seeking out as well.
I recognize that this is probably the most Justin Bieber conversation this network has ever had.
Probably. But I will say, seeing celebrities that aren't so overtly political is very exciting. I mean, especially with elections. When you look at a couple like Justin and Hailey Bieber, who aren't fully out there in the public eye talking about liberal policies, and they just have a good brand, have good music, and are beloved kind of by everybody, it is encouraging to see. Like, I think we need to see more celebrities just be entertainment, be celebrities. That is their job almost, is to entertain Americans. It's their job isn't to talk about politics, whether it's liberal or conservative.
As you say, no, the job of an actor is to lecture you from their high mountain of you little plebeians, don't do things this way. Anything else you have to say on this Justin Bieber specifically? Because I'm about Justin Biebered out, but I
kind of
wonder
am
if we missed anything.
I will say, for the viewers out there who don't know, Hailey Bieber's family is very conservative. So I do think that Hailey and Justin are secretly also very conservative.
I was going to say, I kind of feel like, okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I tend to think the people in the public eye, dare I say famous people, who don't put their political opinions out there as like big major time libs, that just kind of automatically defaults to like, okay, they're conservatives.
Lana Del Rey.
Yeah, I don't know if they're like hyper MAGA, but I just kind of assume that like, if you're not on that like, yeah, we hate all
the
things
more
that are
woke
good.
that the left gets, and the more that Hollywood and the music industry and all of LA continue to be in shambles, I think the more that we see the celebrities that have common sense are reverting to, oh, it's normal to get married, it's normal to have kids, it's normal to, I don't know, not want to pay taxes, a whole lot of them.
Yeah.
And I think that one thing that people really like about Justin Bieber now is just how authentic that he seems, like especially kind of recently with his like crash outs that he was having on Instagram and trying to make Instagram like more casual. I think that people love that because they just want like a casual space to like post what they love without feeling kind of that they have to like perfectly curate everything or have a specific like aesthetic or niche. So I think that the way that Justin Bieber is so just like himself and that he's not really trying to be anything, he's just being himself, I think that people really love that, and I think that's why he is such like a favorite among people. So.
Hey, do you want to wrap anything up with that?
Authenticity.
Authenticity. That's it. I mean, I hate to bring it back to politics. Nah, I love bringing it back to politics.
It's all about politics.
That's why people love Donald Trump. It's just authentic all the time. Yeah. And even if you don't necessarily like what he's doing, it's like, okay, well, that guy's just being himself, and that's what it is.
The American people don't want to be lied to. It's plain and simple. If you can tell that a celebrity or a spokesperson is lying to you, making something up, then they're not going to listen to you. It's inauthentic, and I think that's number one thing that we learned with this past election, electing Donald Trump, is that Gen Z craved authenticity and realness, and that's what we got.
At the risk of going on to a tirade, I think President Trump's funniest things are when he genuinely doesn't like anything that other politicians like pretend to do. Like when they go to like the motorcycle rally and they like put on the jacket and they ride on the motorcycle, and Trump shows up in his limousine and says, I don't really like motorcycles.
It's so funny.
But like people love that because
he just says what he says.
That's authentic. Everybody else here is BSing everyone, and this guy you believe what he believes.
Best.
Wow, we did it. We got Justin Bieber to Donald Trump.
We educated the voters right here. The viewers now know.
Like I said, probably more Justin Bieber talk than ever has existed on this network. Thank you for sticking with us because I know none of you tuned out during that long Justin Bieber tirade. Coming up after the break. Thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Amanda. Let me take two here. A clip from Alex Clark's Cultural Apothecary podcast. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this. That's great.
Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Secretary Pete Hegseth, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, and more. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. The future is ours to build. Register now at SAS2025.com.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks Cooler. Claim yours today.
Could you paint a picture of what it was like, just a day in your life, a mom of two struggling with alcoholism and nobody knew?
Well, my kids are 7 and 9 now, and let's just say mornings are still very stressful. I don't know that that ever ends, but especially stressful when they're toddlers. And so I'm getting up, I'm getting them ready, taking them to daycare in the mornings and going to work. And then it's working all day and then coming home. And then that's when the feeling hits. It's the trigger. It's the craving. And it's this feeling of, I have to get my hands on this. Like, I must have this, or I can't walk through this afternoon. Now, that is not true. That is not a rational thought, but it is what my brain would tell me. And so if I had alcohol in the house, I would just drink it. If I didn't, which I often didn't, because I would try to make rules for myself. Oh, we're not going to keep it in the house because it'll be harder to drink. But then I'm making excuses to, I've got to go pick something up. I've got to stop at Target. I've got to stop at the grocery store.
So you were finding yourself making up fake errands just so you could go pick up alcohol.
Exactly. And it would be like, it really does feel like almost like a drug addiction, because I would walk into, which alcohol is a drug, which we can talk about, but because I would walk into the store and I would be like, I don't want to see anybody. I don't want to talk to anybody. I just need to get this and go. Like, it was almost like a shame spiral of like, I want to be invisible right now because I'm going to get my drug, coming home and then acting like really nonchalant with my husband. Like, oh yeah, I got some wine, like it wasn't a big deal, but knowing that like I had specifically planned that out. And anyone who has opened a bottle of wine at 5 p.m., the chances of stopping at one glass while you're cooking dinner, like very, very small. Maybe there are people that can do it. It's not me. So I would end up essentially drinking the whole bottle most of the time.
Really?
Throughout the course of the night, like throughout, over 2 or 3 hours, because it just, it was there. It made me feel good. It also would stave my hunger off, which I have a history with eating disorders. And so there was like this weird relationship between the drinking and the hunger, which could be a whole other probably podcast episode. But what you'll find is a lot of women who struggle with alcohol also struggled with eating or disordered eating.
Why do you think that is?
It's just like a transfer of sort of the control or the mechanism that you use to deal with the stress or deal with whatever it is that you're trying to push off. And so I would end up drinking the whole bottle. And then at the end of the night, it turns into, okay, I'm going to chug water. I'm going to take Excedrin. I'm going to drink Gatorade. And, I'll be fine. I'll wake up in the morning and I'll be fine. And then I'm not going to drink for the rest of the week.
Were there ever moments where you were tucking your kids in for bed and in the back of your mind, you were like, I'm a little drunk right now?
I have a book coming out next year on this topic. And one of the chapters starts with the story of me rocking my daughter to sleep, basically drunk. Nothing bad happened. I put her to bed, but walking out of her room going, who does that? Who needs a drink to rock their precious little, talk about the most precious moments that you will ever experience in your life. And I almost feel like I could cry thinking about it because you don't get those moments back, and, it really breaks my heart that I would have sacrificed that because, you don't remember things clearly. That's one of the things that I think about when we think about we drink at weddings, we drink at all these things. We're just and then we don't remember it as clearly as we could have because we filled it with alcohol. I'm so thankful that I quit drinking before my kids were older. They're not going to remember a moment of me having a drink around them. But I still sort of mourn those times that I did drink around them. And that was one of those moments that led up to the change. I remember thinking, I can't keep doing this. I can't be doing this until I'm 75 years old, praying the same prayers and going back to wine as if this liquid has a power over me.
So when did you realize that it had crossed from a coping mechanism into something more problematic?
My son was born. Of course, I didn't drink throughout my pregnancy. And, a lot of people will say, oh, well, I didn't drink through my pregnancy, so I must not have a problem. Well, a lot of people that have an alcohol problem are able to not drink through their pregnancy. I don't know, the body takes over. It's just a different thing. You're living for a whole other person that you have to keep alive. And I just wasn't a problem for me. However, when my son was born, I'm breastfeeding. And, as soon as he was born, within days, I was like, oh, I get to have a drink now, very exciting. I get to drink again. And I found myself being like, oh, but if I drink, I'm going to have to pump and dump, my breast milk because I can't give it to him, which, I was having trouble breastfeeding anyway. But long story short, I sort of gave up breastfeeding in part because I didn't want to deal with that. Now, it was really hard for me. I'm not going to say that it was only that, but it gave me an excuse to be like, well, I don't want to deal with this anyways. Because every time I would pump and dump, people know breast milk is like, you're like, this is liquid gold and I'm throwing it down, the sink. But that really, to me, I look back and I think that was so selfish. That was so selfish of you. And I think maybe that was the beginning of me feeling like, okay, one day I felt God was saying one day, you are going to give this up. But at the time I couldn't see how.
Who tends to struggle with alcohol addiction more, men or women?
So the numbers show that men have higher rates of alcoholism and struggles historically. However, the numbers of women, that's been climbing for 20 years. So we are seeing the rates of women dying from alcohol-related deaths, which could be liver disease, heart disease, cancer. It could include car wrecks, all of these things. That has been on a significant rise for the past 2 decades. And I think a lot of it can be traced back to alcohol marketing. Women began being targeted with all of these, female-focused drinks around that time. So we see that. And it just became more acceptable for women to be drinkers. And thus we have seen this ridiculous climb in the way it's affecting our health. The most crazy statistic to me was that, and the pandemic exacerbated all this times a million. And the crazy statistic to me is that women with children 5 and under during the pandemic increase their rates of binge drinking and alcohol issues. I'm blanking on the statistic right now, but it's not over 50%.
Jeez.
It was so high. And I landed squarely in that category. My kids were 2 and 4.
So was the pandemic rock bottom for you as a Christian mom struggling with alcoholism?
It wasn't rock bottom because I think right before the pandemic hit, I was already sort of there. So I had quit drinking for about 6 months when the pandemic hit. And I had even spoken to my church. I was like, I'm free. I wasn't free, turns out. Pandemic hit and it was just I ended up being like, I can't do it. I can't do it. My neighbors, we were out socially distanced, drinking in the cul-de-sac. And I was just like, I feel like I can't do it anymore. And so I ended up starting back up. And at first it was like, oh, this is fine. I don't have a problem, but it wasn't but a couple months where I was right back where I started, feeling totally oppressed. And I found myself one night, it was a Sunday night, and I had been drinking with my neighbors. And I had a big meeting in the morning and I was like, okay, well, how much more going to have? I'm debating and trying to figure out how am I going to wake up without a headache? And I thought to myself, why are you having this conversation? This doesn't need to be part of your life anymore. So I said, okay, tomorrow's September. I'm doing sober September, something like that. And I said, I'm just going to do 30 days. I got to get it out of my system. And that is what began where I am now, 4.5 years, 5 years later, sober for all that time.
How much did the mommy wine culture on social media or mommy juice merch that we see all the time on Instagram play into normalizing your alcoholism?
I think all of that stuff definitely was in the back of my mind from even the time before I was a mom. Just in general, too, just the cultural acceptance of drinking as a stress reliever, drinking at the end of a day. I remember when I first moved to DC, this is such a weird story, but I'll tell it anyway. So I was staying in an apartment by myself, and I remember being like, oh, I'm a real adult now. And I went and got my own 6-pack of beer by myself. I drank, I think 4 of them. And I was like, well, I'm not even hungry anymore. And I went to bed and I got up the next day and went running. And I kind of look back on that and I go, there's something wrong with that. Why would you do that? Again, the hunger thing, the eating disorder thing coming in. But it was then that I started justifying all these cultural markers. Yeah, everybody drinks when they're stressed. Everybody goes to happy hour. It's fine to have a drink a day. That's not a big deal. And then as I move toward motherhood, those messages become even more intense. You start to see them on the mugs and the shirts and, the social media memes and the TikToks and all of that. And you go, well, I'm normal. normal. Everybody does this. It's fine. So I'm like, honestly, what I was doing was I was gaslighting myself out of believing I had a problem. Like I was like knowing I had a problem, but then I was justifying it. Like, no, you don't have a problem. If you had a problem, people would say something. I would even ask a friend, even my husband, I would say like, I don't know, do you think? And they would all be like, no, you're fine. But when I talk about my husband, like he grew up with a mom who was truly a hardcore alcoholic and she had drug problems. And so when he looked at me with my life all put together, he's like, well, I mean, you're not even close to that. And so even to him, I didn't have a problem.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. We are at the Student Action Summit, SAS2020live.com. If you want some tickets in Tampa, Florida, we are joined by Turning Point content creator, I got that correct, Bo Alford.
Yes.
Thanks for joining us, man.
Thank
really
you.
appreciate you being here.
Are you going to do like confetti?
Yeah, in the post-production, there'll be confetti and explosions.
Fireworks, perfect.
We have a little bit of time here. We've got a couple minutes. I want to ask you a moral dichotomy, a question here that I'm curious about. So at any point, this is going to get rough. At any point, would it be okay to hack the woke lib system and call yourself a woman? For example, there is a man in an article that I was reading in Ecuador where the divorce laws favor the custody to the mother. This man has said, well, I am a woman, and therefore these children are my kids. I am their mother too, in order to get a better standing in the custody of his kids. What do you think about that?
You know, you told me we were going to go over a moral question. You could have given me all day to think about it. That would not have been my guess.
But it's a real thing. If libs are going to be stupid enough to be like, oh yeah, anybody could be anything, but then the courts favor mothers, why wouldn't I be a mother? Obviously, it's a terrible position you're being put in with the divorce.
Of course.
But I mean, your thoughts?
Yeah. So being conservative, I want to have a moral position of don't do that. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, if we're going to win elections, if we're going to beat the liberal brainwash wokeness, we have to beat them at their own game. So if we are going to win, we have to expose. And the only way to expose is to take their logic and then bring it to the extreme. Someone like me who's clearly not a woman, if I'm going to expose...
Thanks for pointing that out.
Just in case you guys didn't know. If I were to identify as a woman, people would say I'm crazy. But if you had someone that's, questionable, he's a man, but maybe has super ultra long hair and feminine jeans. Sorry for stereotyping.
Play into this so much.
Yeah, of course I will. If he has that, and he says he's a woman, the liberals might be like, sure you are. Yes, of course. But if I were to, they would say, no, that's crazy. So if we're going to expose them, we need to take someone like me, you, giga ultra chads, and identify as women, and then they will immediately end that conversation.
So you're yes or no on the dad, father identifying as the mother in order to win custody of his kids?
Go for it.
You're yes on that.
If they are going to play that game, we have to beat them in their own system. If they're the ones in power and that's the law, then sure, go for it.
While I understand your rationale, unfortunately, you're wrong. The correct answer is don't get a divorce in the first place. That is the Christian stance, Bo, as a person who's engaged.
You didn't tell me this.
There's always another solution. And the solution in this particular case is don't get divorced and you don't have custody hearings.
Of course.
But no, you said it. You said that you are okay with this man being a woman for the sake of having custody over his kids. No. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. I actually don't think I'm not sure. But okay, but to labor on your topic, because you do make a good point. You do have to expose the stupidity and idiocy with absurdity. Right.
Yeah, but let me preface, in this hypothetical situation, I did not know that getting back together was in the table as an option. If I had that, of course, I'm a nice Christian man.
Redemption is always an option, Bo.
That wasn't in the hypothetical.
But you do make a good point. You do need to expose this sort of stuff, the absurdity that it is, and that's how you get rid of that. That was a wild one. Bo, thanks for joining us. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. SAS 2025, if you want to take us to SAS, Charlie's going to take us out. We'll see you tomorrow for a very special wrap-up of SAS. This has been Turning Point tonight. God bless America.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe, comes a brand new single. Daddy Trump is available everywhere, and we need you to make some noise. Go download it on iTunes and let's run it up to #1 on the charts for President Trump.
So I just want to thank everybody very much. Thank you.
Get ready. You're about to get bombed by the truth.
Didn't raise y'all, but I had to step up. Put the Ayatollah on a no-cap checkup. He calls me Daddy Trump. NATO knows what's up. Why they play pretend, I call they bluff. Kim and Vlad acting bad, throwing fits on the floor. BB screaming from the back, saying, Daddy, there's a war. I walk in like Sunday school.
There's just so much breaking news. But check out the Student Action Summit, SAS2025.com. We have Greg Gutfeld. We have Pete Hegseth, we have Kristi Noem, we have Tucker Carlson, we have Megyn Kelly. That is starting tomorrow, SAS2025.com, including the Josh Hammer, Dave Smith debate on Israel. That is right. We are going to have a debate on Israel on the main stage on Sunday. It's going to be a phenomenal experience. So go to SAS2025.com today to get your tickets, SAS2025.com. We're going to find out real quick whether or not we are a movement or this is just a moment. President Donald Trump won a popular vote majority. And when you are building and when you have won a multi-ethnic, multi-generational, multi-viewpoint coalition, it's inevitable that you have moments like what's happened the last couple of weeks. You're not going to be able to keep everyone happy, including, I know, a lot of you in the base right now. It's been a very instructive week. You know, by the time I'm 35, I'm 31, I'm going to be able to say I've been through some stuff. I'm going to be able to teach a master class. I learned a lot this week. I learned how you don't handle PR when it comes to a story that is as complex, as sensitive, as high profile as the Epstein thing. It started on a Sunday night. The whole thing was so perplexing to me because you signed the one big beautiful bill on Independence Day, and then on a holiday weekend going into a news week, you decide to leak it to Axios that it's like case closed, don't ask any questions, there is no list. The whole thing was like profoundly confusing is the term I used on Newsmax. And again, trust me, I don't want to talk about Epstein every single day, but it's been very interesting because this week, sometimes news stories go away. Sometimes news stories kind of, you have a one-day cycle. This is a rare occurrence where the news story is actually getting bigger. Sometimes they have legs. And it's not just on social media. Social media is a little bit deceiving, especially X. X is very goofy and wacky lately. But it's not just the online right. And it's as if something just happened last evening or yesterday afternoon. I was starting to get texts from people that are not necessary politicos. Trump voting adjacent mid-propensity voters that might listen to a podcast once or twice a week. That's about the criteria. They are not like you in this audience in the Charlie Kirk faithful. And they started to text me, Charlie, what is going on with this Epstein thing? I'm confused. It doesn't make sense. What is going on? And the story started to grow and it had legs. The last 48 hours, this has been building to a crescendo. And I would much rather be talking about, which we should be focused on, which is mass deportations, which is focusing on dismantling the administrative state, curtailing the size and scope of government. When you build a coalition like President Trump won in a popular vote majority, you're going to have different viewpoints. But an undercurrent of the entire Trump movement was that we demand transparency from our government because we were lied to during COVID, and we were lied to about the Hunter Biden laptop, and we were lied to about 51 intel agents, and we were lied to about Ukraine. We were lied to about so many different things that we want to try to rebuild trust in our government. What's been very interesting and instructive to me is that this is not only a young online libertarian transparency push. Instead, this seems like it's spanning multiple generations. And you in this audience have been emailing me, freedom@charliekirk.com, very ticked off and very confused. And this is going to be a testing moment for all of us. What we do next is going to be critically important. Radical transparency has always been the hallmark of the Trump administration. And I believe it will continue to be. People panicked over tariffs. They are panicked over Iran, and some are panicked over Epstein. So right now, the people who love and defend the president want more information. And very similar to kind of how they did the JFK files, people say, well, why don't you just put a link of all the files out there? This is breaking news over the evening. This is Department of Justice from the Post-Millennial Cut 403. Department of Justice reports to court that it's still reviewing Epstein records for possible release, Judicial Watch reveals. So we're all over the place. We're back, we're forth. That is a positive step, though. It shows that this has been a bigger grassroots push than I think people realize. It shows that people are listening. But let's take a broader step back, though. 50 years from now, the most important two fights of whether or not this administration and this presidency will be a success are whether or not we can recalibrate the administrative state and dismantle it down to the bone and to the core, and whether or not we can have 15 to 20 million deportations. That is what will determine the future of the country. And at that moment, this is where coalition politics matters. Because for coalitional politics, some people are upset because we're sending more arms to Ukraine. I'm certainly not thrilled about that. Some people are upset because of what happened between Israel and Iran. Honestly, I think President Trump handled that beautifully, and I think that was a masterclass in a third way of foreign policy. But all of this is happening at such a time where the fault lines, and every movement has fault lines, are being exposed in a rapid period of time. It's as if this is compressed into a short 10-day window, and no movement can sustain that. No movement can sustain within a 10-day window. We are going to flush out all the fault lines. And the tragedy, honestly, is that a week ago, President Trump signed his hallmark piece of legislation that deserves a lot of attention. And a week later, no one's talking about the big, beautiful bill. It should have been a week of celebration. It should have been a PR week all about this. And instead, that is not the case. What happens next will determine whether or not this is just a moment or whether this is a long-lasting, multi-generational movement. And there are two major things that need to happen. And here is my advice to the administration, both privately and publicly. Take this weekend and go to Camp David. That's my first piece of advice. No reporters. Put your phones out of the room and get yourselves back into the room. Go to Camp David. Get out of the White House. Get the senior staff. Get cabinet officials and go to Camp David. Cancel all your plans. If you're coming to SAS, still come to SAS, but then go to Camp David. You need to have a little bit of a pause button here. It's been a fast 6 months. You got to have the president, the vice president, get Marco Rubio, get everyone in the room. That's number one. Number two, plan out another wave of
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
But at the end of the day, moving toward an American workforce based on automation, a lot of able-bodied adults in this country who are not working, we will get there. But this president, his heart is with the farmers. It always has been. And we will work nonstop until we find the right solution, but does not include amnesty and certainly moving toward the American workforce that he envisions.
We're learning tonight 6 Secret Service agents that were connected to Trump's Butler assassination attempt have been suspended. This comes just days shy of the shooting's anniversary. The identities of the agents suspended are unknown, but sources say their roles range from supervisory positions to line-level agents.
Here's the thing. They're not going after criminals. They're going after anybody that is brown, that looks like me, that can't pass as what they say is a typical American.
There is some non-OPEC-related energy news today. Venture Global, publicly traded VG, making a deal with Germany. They will now be the largest exporter. The U.S. will be the largest exporter of liquefied natural gas to Germany on the back of that deal.
The violence doesn't come from Democrats, just to be clear. I mean, obviously anyone can be a criminal, but it is MAGA. It's specifically MAGA faction. Like, even when we look at, and they don't talk about the assassination attempts anymore that took place with Donald Trump, but these were Trump supporters, right?
I keep thinking, okay, this is the authoritarian playbook. We've seen this play out so many times, and unfortunately, I think we're seeing it play out. And a number of academics and writers have pointed out Carl Schmitt, who was a German jurist, political philosopher and writer in the 1930s. His thesis, which Nazi Germany basically took up, was don't worry about doing something that is ethical or principled or good or right. Do whatever you can to win. Vanquish your adversaries, vanquish your enemies. And if a president of the United States is willing to weaponize intelligence and justice and law enforcement investigators, and the people who head up these departments and agencies are willing to bow to it, we really are in deep, deep trouble.
We've moved away from industrialization and manufacturing for so long that there's a void for the ability to manufacture things, make things with our hands, build factories, manufacturing things. And so I really love the fact that at the moment we're reindustrializing the United States, we're building AI factories. These AI factories need skilled craft. We need to go back and make sure that the trade schools are really well invested in, that we celebrate this entire industry and this entire field.
Are Americans afraid of climate change? And the answer is Americans aren't afraid of climate change. Climate activists have not successfully made the case to the American people. I want you to take a look here. Greatly worried about climate change. We have data going all the way back since 1989. Look at that. It was 35%. 2000, 40%. 2020, 46%. And 2025, 40%, which is the exact same percentage as back in 2000. Despite all of these horrible weather events, the percentage of Americans who are greatly worried about climate change has stayed pretty gosh darn consistent, which kind of boggles the mind a little bit. Granted, everything that we see on our television screens, our computer screens, the hurricanes, tornadoes, the flooding, but yet greatly worried about climate change, 40% in 2025, the exact same percentage as back in 2000.
They said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Greg Gutfeld, Tom Homan, Congressman Byron Donalds, Russell Brand, Savannah Chrysley. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. Register now at SAS2025.com.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. Happy Thursday. We'll be heading to our Student Action Summit momentarily, but we wanted to make sure we had some time with you today in the chair because there's just so much breaking news. But check out the Student Action Summit, SAS2025.com. We have Greg Gutfeld. We have Pete Hegseth, we have Kristi Noem, we have Tucker Carlson, we have Megyn Kelly. That is starting tomorrow, SAS2025.com, including the Josh Hammer, Dave Smith debate on Israel. That is right. We are going to have a debate on Israel on the main stage on Sunday. It's going to be a phenomenal experience. So go to SAS2025.com today to get your tickets, SAS2025.com. We're going to find out real quick whether or not we are a movement or this is just a moment. President Donald Trump won a popular vote majority. And when you are building and when you have won a multi-ethnic, multi-generational, multi-viewpoint coalition, it's inevitable that you have moments like what's happened the last couple of weeks. You're not going to be able to keep everyone happy, including, I know, a lot of you in the base right now. It's been a very instructive week. You know, by the time I'm 35, I'm 31, I'm going to be able to say I've been through some stuff. I'm going to be able to teach a master class. I learned a lot this week. I learned how you don't handle PR when it comes to a story that is as complex, as sensitive, as high profile as the Epstein thing. It started on a Sunday night. The whole thing was so perplexing to me because you signed the one big beautiful bill on Independence Day, and then on a holiday weekend going into a news week, you decide to leak it to Axios that it's like case closed, don't ask any questions, there is no list. The whole thing was like profoundly confusing is the term I used on Newsmax. And again, trust me, I don't want to talk about Epstein every single day, but it's been very interesting because this week, sometimes news stories go away. Sometimes news stories you have a one-day cycle. This is a rare occurrence where the news story is actually getting bigger. Sometimes they have legs. And it's not just on social media. Social media is a little bit deceiving, especially X. X is very goofy and wacky lately. But it's not just the online right. And it's as if something just happened last evening or yesterday afternoon. I was starting to get texts from people that are not necessary politicos. Trump voting adjacent mid-propensity voters that might listen to a podcast once or twice a week. That's about the criteria. They are not like you in this audience in the Charlie Kirk faithful. And they started to text me, Charlie, what is going on with this Epstein thing? I'm confused. It doesn't make sense. What is going on? And this story started to grow, and it had legs. The last 48 hours, this has been building to a crescendo. And I would much rather be talking about which we should be focused on, which is mass deportations, which is focusing on dismantling the administrative state, curtailing the size and scope of government. When you build a coalition like President Trump won in a popular vote majority, you're going to have different viewpoints. But an undercurrent of the entire Trump movement was that we demand transparency from our government because we were lied to during COVID, and we were lied to about the Hunter Biden laptop, and we were lied to about 51 intel agents, and we were lied to about Ukraine. We were lied to about so many different things that we want to try to rebuild trust in our government. What's been very interesting and instructive to me is that this is not only a young online libertarian transparency push. Instead, this seems like it's spanning multiple generations. And you in this audience have been emailing me, freedom@charliekirk.com, very ticked off and very confused. And this is going to be a testing moment for all of us. What we do next is going to be critically important. Radical transparency has always been the hallmark of the Trump administration. And I believe it can and will continue to be. People panicked over tariffs. They are panicked over Iran, and some are panicked over Epstein. So right now, the people who love and defend the president want more information. And very similar to kind of how they did the JFK files, people say, well, why don't you just put a link of all the files out there? This is breaking news over the evening. This is Department of Justice from the Post-Millennial Cut 403. Department of Justice reports to court that it's still reviewing Epstein records for possible release, Judicial Watch reveals. So we're all over the place. We're back, we're forth. That is a positive step, though. It shows that this has been a bigger grassroots push than I think people realize. It shows that people are listening. But let's take a broader step back, though. 50 years from now, the most important two fights of whether or not this administration and this presidency will be a success are whether or not we can recalibrate the administrative state and dismantle it down to the bone and to the core, and whether or not we can have 15 to 20 million deportations. That is what will determine the future of the country. And at that moment, this is where coalition politics matters. Because for coalitional politics, some people are upset because we're sending more arms to Ukraine. I'm certainly not thrilled about that. Some people are upset because of what happened between Israel and Iran. Honestly, I think President Trump handled that beautifully, and I think that was a masterclass in a third way of foreign policy. But all of this is happening at such a time where the fault lines, and every movement has fault lines, are being exposed in a rapid period of time. It's as if this is compressed into a short 10-day window, and no movement can sustain that. No movement can sustain within a 10-day window. We are going to flush out all the fault lines. And the tragedy, honestly, is that a week ago, President Trump signed his hallmark piece of legislation that deserves a lot of attention. And a week later, no one's talking about the big, beautiful bill. It should have been a week of celebration. It should have been a PR week all about this. And instead, that is not the case. What happens next will determine whether or not this is just a moment or whether this is a long-lasting, multi-generational movement. And there are two major things that need to happen. And here is my advice to the administration, both privately and publicly. Take this weekend and go to Camp David. That's my first piece of advice. No reporters. Put your phones out of the room and get yourselves back into the room. Go to Camp David. Get out of the White House. Get the senior staff. Get cabinet officials and go to Camp David. Cancel all your plans. If you're coming to SAS, still come to SAS, but then go to Camp David. You need to have a little bit of a pause button here. It's been a fast 6 months. You got to have the president, the vice president, get Marco Rubio, get everyone in the room. That's number one. Number two, plan out another wave of shock and awe. Have a couple days to kind of have some fun, have some laughs. Can you believe how much we've been through the last 6 months? And then what we need is the shock and awe again. Plan out another 100 executive orders. Draft them. Get them ready to go. Go quiet for a day or two. And then, boom, come out and have President Donald Trump in the Oval Office and just start signing 100 executive orders. Remember how that was? Remember how good that felt? That could still happen. Remember the first couple of days when President Trump was signing stuff and people are all over the place? That is the type of energy that we need. Go to Camp David. Reassess. Take a breath. You guys have been through a lot. You guys have been to Qatar and Saudi Arabia. You guys have been to the UAE. You've been all over the country. Marco Rubio is in Malaysia. We got the Russian-Ukrainian thing. No one slept during Israel and Iran. You got to pass the big, beautiful bill. The border's completely secure. You guys have been through a lot. By the way, this is all on the heels of a very high-pressure transition after the highest-stake presidential campaign ever seen after President Trump got shot. These guys are on fumes of fumes. Take a well-deserved long weekend at Camp David. Take a deep breath. Have the senior staff together. And then plot out and plan out shock and awe 2.0, because we still have a lot of stuff that we can do. There are hundreds of potentially drafted executive orders, and it's time to wind up and go right back into the arena. Because I get it. I get that this whole thing can grind you down and can wear you down, but the executive orders must be focused on two things: deportations, dismantling the administrative state. By the way, think of all the stuff that we can still do. We got Department of Education stuff that we still have to fight. We have MAHA promises that we still have to fulfill. We could restore the trust around basically across the board. We have to break up the college cartel. They're breaking up the publishing cartel. No pharmaceutical advertisements on TV. I mean, we have dozens of campaign promises. The NGO cartel. We got to go after the actual Mexican drug cartels, the Sinaloa drug cartel. We have 88% of the Trump administration left in front of us. And I get it. It can wear you down. And people say, it's breaking up the coalition. The coalition only breaks if you allow it to break. And my advice to President Trump and his team, take a breath, take a pause, go to Camp David and plot out shock and awe 2.0. Alan Jackson Ministries. We are honored to be partnering with Alan Jackson Ministries. And today I want to tell you about a book by Pastor Alan that you'll want to read. It's called God Bless America Again. It tells the truth about our history and on the importance of protecting our Judeo-Christian foundations. Go to God Bless America Again. It will sharpen your perspective on what it means to bring God's truth into our nation today. Go to alanjackson.com/Charlie for free shipping on God Bless America Again. And get our Rush Was Right t-shirt at charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
listening to the sound of freedom. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, I want to remind you, we have this amazing shirt, the Rush Was Right shirt at charliekirk.com. This thing is selling out like you wouldn't believe. I want to try to get this. There it is. Rush, the beautiful cigar, and the EIB microphone. I don't know if we paid for licensing rights, but there's the music. Oh. I think we do a pretty good job on the show. We're not even in the shadow of what Rush Limbaugh did. I, like many of you, would say I would love to hear what Rush would have to say. What Rush would have to say about Epstein and Iran and the big beautiful bill. But that's why we have the Rush Was Right T-shirt, because we remember him. By the way, that's why I'm not wearing a jacket today, just in the honor of the Rush Was Right T-shirt. charliekirk.com. Why Refi? Go to whyrefi.com. Check it out right now. Whyrefi.com. Private student loan debt in the United States totals about $300 billion. YRefi does not care what your credit score is, so go to yrefi.com. That is yrefi.com. They will be at our Student Action Summit this weekend. Go to SAS2025.com. That is SAS2025.com. So check it out right now. SAS2025.com may not be available in all 50 states, so SAS2025.com. We are going to chart out a path forward. I think it's time for a Camp David retreat. No phones, no reporters. And then the plotting out of Shock and Awe 2.0. Stay right there. Welcome. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Here we are, the Bitcoin.com studio, and email us freedom@charliekirk.com. And part of that shock and awe is that I think that anything that is not proprietary, anything that does not involve the trafficking of kids, at least give us some of the elements of the Epstein stuff. I think that's the least you could do. Or give us who was the cell block partners where Epstein was. Again, I'm not overly interested in Epstein. I'm not. We have not done endless shows on it. We haven't done a lot of podcasts on it. We're focused on a lot. We're focused on very macro and sometimes specific micro stuff. Other programs have made it kind of their shtick. So during Shock and Awe 2.0, which President Trump has to do, declassify all documents from 9/11 and before. Go on a transparency blitz. Literally sit at the table at the Resolute desk once it is planned out and just go on a transparency blitz. We're declassifying this. We're declassifying this. We're declassifying this. Boom, boom, boom. MLK, RFK being shot, one after the other. Let the American people see it. We're declassifying the COVID stuff. We're declassifying just Russiagate, Crossfire Hurricane. And then do a series of executive orders, go further to break the college cartel. Authorize some sort of a military cooperation against the actual cartels. And then sit at the Resolute desk and say, we are now marshaling back our focus to this hemisphere. You want to get your base excited? Panama Canal and Greenland. Hemispheric dominance. Very well received by your base. To have dominance over the Panama Canal. Kick the CCP out of core institutions in our country. Reverse all of Obama's consent decrees. We need President Trump back into the arena where he is at his best. But I think it starts with a Camp David retreat. I think it starts with just a little bit of a reassess and a reset. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. Some people say, oh, it's because, guys, people need rest. No PR, no publicity, no cameras, no press pool, no X live streams, just camaraderie, reflection, reorientation. Presidents past, Ronald Reagan and many others, would go to Camp David at very high stakes thing. And I think this administration deserves it. Look at all they've done. Do you understand that when they fly in Air Force One, the entire staff doesn't fly when they go. They don't sleep when you go to Saudi Arabia. They're literally sleeping on the floor. I mean, this is a tough job, and then they got to come back and they got to be sharp in front of the press, in front of the world. They deserve just a weekend to take a breath and be like, wow, we won the election, we crushed the transition, and here we are. And you got to find out some way to address this Epstein in a new way. You got to figure that out in some way. But that's just one thing. Again, I don't want to get too it's important. But we got to stay focused on civilizational implication issues. How are we going to get more deportations? By the way, plot out a potential indictment plan of all of these sanctuary city mayors that are getting in the way. Go indict Karen Bass, Brandon Johnson, boom, in one day. You're getting in the way of ICE, we are going to indict you. Shock and awe. What matters 50 years from now is whether or not we take back control of the administrative state and we have mass deportations. What is the common denominator, though, between Crossfire Hurricane and Epstein and all this stuff? Is that there is a super government below the surface that we need to exert dominion over, that we need to exert control over. And that is the fight. We have been focused on that since day one, that the real fight is not Republican or Democrat. It is going to be bureaucrat versus citizen. It is going to be deep state versus the Constitution. It is going to be serf, which is what they want you to be, against oligarch. The technocratic state, the council of experts. And then I want to see President Trump right back in that resolute desk, just firing off 100 shotgun rounds. Don't even tell anyone it's coming. All of a sudden say, I'm calling a press conference, and you have, can we get that picture of Shotgun 1.0 where he just had folders stacked and he's within an hour and a half. And he was casually with his marker, his Sharpie, signing. Oh, there's an executive order on that. People have been waiting a long time on that. Do you remember how good that felt? The momentum. Here is a rule of MAGA. And I've been around for 10 years, so I can say this now. And I wrote the MAGA doctrine. Trump is at his best when he is on offense. He sets the terms. There it is right there. He's able to frame the debate. We as a movement are at our weakest when we are on defense. Russiagate, January 6th, we are at our weakest when we are backpedaling. You see those folders? I want to see that again. I want to see White House aides flood into the Oval with the most based, crisp, imaginable executive orders on every possible topic: border, deportations, sanctuary city mayors, college cartel, school choice, public sector teacher unions. We need to keep President Donald Trump right back there on a transparency blitz and an executive order blitz. Reorient, recalibrate, and reassert dominance over the executive branch. Mark Halperin joins us next.
Trump was sworn into office, his administration has made enormous progress at a breakneck pace. But don't forget, while they're moving mountains for the good of the nation, they can also take your personal savings into account. That's where you have to step in. You've got to do it. One of the best ways to look after your savings is through diversification, particularly with gold from the trusted folks over at the Birch Gold Group. In the past 12 months, the value of gold has increased by some 40%. Central banks continue to bolster demand for gold by buying in record quantities, and we're talking about global instability and tension that's at the highest in decades. That's why gold is so important. The Birch Gold Group makes owning physical gold extremely easy, and you can convert an existing IRA or a 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. You can even buy some and store it in your own home. All you have to do is text America to the number 989898, and the Birch Gold Group will send you a free information kit on gold. There's no obligation here, only useful information. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of satisfied customers, take control of your savings today with the Birch Gold Group. Text the word America to the number 989898. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. President Trump scheduled to tour the flood devastation in Texas tomorrow. More than 2,100 responders are on the ground, and officials say they are more on the way.
But our entire focus since day one has been on rescue and reunification, which leads me to our latest report. As of 8 a.m. this morning, there have been 96 confirmed deaths, 60 adults, and 36 children. The number of missing remains at 161, and there remain 5 campers and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic among the missing. If family members had reported a loved one missing and they've returned safely, we ask that you notify us through kerrvillemissing@dps.texas.gov or call 830-258-1111.
Patriots love him. Leftists hate him. Nobody ignores him. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, we are selling like hotcakes these Rush Was Right T-shirts. I know Mark will like that. Mark could probably see it. The Rush Was Right T-shirt right there. And we will, charliekirk.com. And there it is, yeah, the Rush Was Right T-shirt, charliekirk.com. Hillsdale College, history, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Probably not. Or even if you did, maybe it's time for an enjoyable refresher. Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses, including their newest course on totalitarian novels. In this 8-lecture course, you'll learn from Hillsdale President Larry Arnn as he goes in depth on 4 novels, 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. Go to charlieforhillsdale.com. Maybe you read these books a long time ago. Hillsdale College is America's greatest college. So go to charlieforhillsdale.com. You can find out that faith, family, and friends are worth fighting for. Go to charlieforhillsdale.com. There's no cost, and it's easy to get started. That's charlieforhillsdale.com, CHARLIE for Hillsdale.com. Joining us now is Mark Halperin, editor-in-chief of Two-Way and host of Next Up on the Megyn Kelly Network. Mark, great to see you. Mark, I caught your interview with Megyn Kelly, I think it was yesterday, where you were discussing the Epstein story. This is an unusual one where it seems as if it is growing in its interest and with velocity over the last couple of days. What is your analysis as a reporter of how the Trump administration has handled this? And what would you say is the political implications of this?
Well, first of all, nice to be back. And if you want to know why I'm not, as is our usual practice, wearing a ripped and wrinkled T-shirt, it's because I had your friend Michael Knowles on my podcast today. And as you know, he's an Ivy League dweeb. I knew he'd wear a sports jacket. So that's right. He always dresses up. That's why I'm overdressed. Okay, so there's at least 4 reasons why you would think the president and the administration would be doing full-on disclosure. First, it's the right thing to do for the victims. Second, they promised that they would be transparent about this. 3, the MAGA movement, as best we can tell, certainly many of its leaders like you are for it. but certainly, at least I surveyed I asked everyone on two-way this morning on the morning meeting, go in the chat if you're a 3-time Trump voter, say what you think they should do, and very pro-disclosure. And four, they've handled it badly in so many ways, and just the politics of it suggests that the way to recover from such a poor handling of it would be to comply with the other three things. So what's on the other side? Why wouldn't they be disclosing? And the answers are not great. Either they're trying to protect people, or there's an intelligence connection that they're trying to protect, as best I can tell. I struggle, despite what I said about the two-way community, I struggle with knowing whether there's political damage here for the president. In the midterms, people say, there won't be turnout in the midterms, or his approval rating will go down. MAGA is very resilient. MAGA fights with the president sometimes and then moves on. And I don't know that this is a qualitatively different case. There's a lot of emotion around this. There's a lot of resonance around it. There are a lot of leaders, including some MAGA leaders who often disagree, who seem to agree on this. There's not much support for the president's position, except for people who he hired. So I don't really know where it's going or how much damage it will do, but I do think that the two ledgers, the two sides of the ledger, seem pretty clear, and it's incumbent upon them to not put out a statement or say some things on the fly, but to have a long and detailed explanation of why they're choosing the course they're choosing, because the way they've done it so far is only arousing suspicion.
Based on your reporting, did the Trump administration think it would go away after a day or two with this kind of Sunday night leak strategy?
They did. And of course, as you know, they're leveraging the credibility of the director of the FBI and his deputy, two people who previously were, in the camp of saying there needs to be disclosure and concerned about a conspiracy. So I think they were trying to leverage them. Did they think it would go away? Yes. Part of the issue here is, while MAGA media is quite interested, the dominant media, inexplicably to me, is not interested, even though you've got now House Democrats writing a letter to the president saying he should put all this stuff out. I don't know why the press isn't interested in the story. It's a compelling story just as a story. The whole thing is, but including this latest episode. But also the fact that Donald Trump is split from MAGA. So there are a lot of stories about the MAGA split, but there are not a lot of stories on TV, especially where Donald Trump pays attention, even though he doesn't like the dominant media, he pays close attention. There are not a lot of stories there about the underlying question, which is, where is justice for the victims? And so part of why they didn't think they'd pay a political price, and part of why I don't think they're as concerned as they might be, is this is a big topic of discussion on Megyn's show, on your show, on X, but it's not a dominant conversation, in the country at large in a way that would put more pressure on them.
Yeah, I think that's partially right. I think that it's growing. At least yesterday, I started to get non-political-ish people start to reach out as it's starting to penetrate more circles. So again, I don't want to spend our entire conversation on this, but yeah. I do find it to be interesting. I would say the last point on this, and we'll go to another topic, is this is one of the few instances, and maybe you can correct me, where it seems as if the president is 180 from his base. The only one I could think of is maybe the vaccine and the years after that, when he would go to rallies and sometimes get murmurs and even boos at times. Can you think of other examples potentially where, and how do those usually rectify? They just kind of go away? Is there an addressing?
Right. Well, I know you want to move on, and I've got so much to say about the thing you just asked. Going. But okay. So first of all, he's certainly adverse with the base on amnesty, path to citizenship, path to legal status for people who came to the country illegally. So that's another one right now where he's at least flirting with doing it differently than the base. So my monologue on my show today is about how Donald Trump makes decisions. And I think he's an extraordinarily underrated decision maker. And he's extraordinarily different than the other presidents I've covered in many of the ways he makes decisions. And one of those things is no decision's ever final. He'll make a decision, and then he'll make a different decision. And sometimes it's 180 degrees different in response to it. I know that the people who feel passionately about this feel passionately about it. And I understand why. But I also know two other things. Number one, it doesn't affect their lives directly. You could say that it affects their trust in the president or their trust in his commitment to transparency or justice. But in the end, it doesn't affect their pocketbook directly. It doesn't affect their daily lives directly. And so I think the chances of it, so the risks of being at odds with some of MAGA are lower. Number two, whatever reason caused them to choose the course they've chosen so far must still be there. I was quite struck, I've said this several times already, the way he tried to shut the reporter down asking about the other day, I thought was a massive tell. It wasn't his usual, you're the fake news, you're asking questions that don't matter. Because as you point out, this does matter to a lot of people who care about him and who he cares about. But if he simply sticks to whatever rationale he has for the course he's chosen, and other news occurs, which has already happened, and it never catches on with the mainstream dominant media, and if he can please MAGA some other way, I think he could stick to this. And again, I'd say, I'd like him, and I'd like the Attorney General and the FBI Director, I'd like them to explain not just the facts of what they did better, but the reason for what they did better. To say there's nothing to see here, we all know, anyone who's followed this at all knows that's not true. So I think that MAGA is very understanding when the president explains things, but he hasn't explained it.
And so, yeah, again, in the attempt to move on, we're going to stay on the topic. And I think that's right. And at least talking about from the base perspective, the younger base in particular, there is this growing distrust of government. And it's actually really bad that people don't trust their government. I missed the country in the 1950s and 60s. I wasn't alive, but this idea that you trust your institutions and they tell you the truth. But this certainly doesn't help, does it, Mark? I mean, for trying to rebuild trust and trying to rebuild integrity in our institutions.
I'm going to propose something to you that just occurred to me. I'd like our shows together to do a joint focus group of young people who care about this issue. You and I will moderate it. You and I will moderate it together. Let's recruit 12 young people. Let's get them on a Zoom. And let's let the White House hear their voices, because the fact that young people care about this more than older people, which you and I are hearing anecdotally all over the place, I'd love to give voice to that, because that is the big issue. And again, I'm not minimizing the responsibility our society has to the victims at all. But the longer term issue that runs parallel to that is trust in government. And it's a thing that needs to be put in sharper relief. Younger people really care about this more than older people in general. And the reasons for that relate, at least in part, to their incredulity that a government, particularly a government if they're MAGA, who they voted for and trust, could so fundamentally betray what they thought was going to happen and should happen. So
I love that idea. And let me just elaborate more, is that this is a generation that they view they have been wronged by every power institution as long as they have been alive.
Exactly.
And they saw Trump to be different in that way. Please, Mark.
Well, the reason I want to do this so much is because it's crazy. We live in a society with all this media, and you've not heard that a single place, right? Like one or two voices maybe on your show, my show, somebody you and I have talked to. But the country needs to see 12 young Trump voters saying, Mr. President, this is wrong. And here's why. Here's why we feel so passionately about this. That voice needs to be put in sharp relief. It needs to be heard. And I'd like the president to hear it, because I suspect he hasn't.
I want to keep you for another segment here, Mark. And again, this is important. And I'll tell you, it's a more structural issue, because what I am concerned about, and I trust everyone. I trust Cash and I trust Bongino, and I know them quite well.
Yeah, of course.
But I care about keeping the coalition together as a MAGA guy and as one of President Trump's greatest defenders on a daily basis, multi-platform, that I am concerned that the coalition that we have built, especially under 30, is going to be put in jeopardy. And we'll learn a lot this weekend. This weekend, we have our big event. We have 6,500 young people coming from across the country this weekend in Tampa, Florida. And we're going to learn a lot when we're there. Yeah. And so if you want to come to the focus group down there, Mark, come on by. It's
maybe I will. So every time I read the list of who's coming, it appears that everyone you and I both know will be there except for me. So feeling a little left out.
Come in. We'll give you a room. Come do the press.
It'd be awesome to do that on stage.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, again, I don't know how to run a focus group, so you'll have to teach me. I'm not being sarcastic.
We'll do it together.
It seems as if it's an art to be able to run it as much as it is a science, right? Because you don't want.
Yeah, it is. And I've done hundreds of them. So I wouldn't say I was great in the beginning, but I get how to do it now.
Mark, stay right there. We have you for another segment. Check out Two-Way TV and also Mark's excellent show, which is host of Next Up on the Megyn Kelly Network. I think we all know one person who has when their head hits the pillow, they're out. Many of us have trouble falling asleep or staying asleep, which means we're not getting quality sleep. Let me tell you about Z-Factor from Relief Factor. Z-Factor is more than melatonin. It uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients to calm your mind and relax your body so you ease into sleep faster. Go to relieffactor.com, relax your mind, fall asleep quicker, and sleep soundly with Z-Factor from Relief Factor. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. So give Z-Factor a try. Right now, you can save 46% off your first order, only $19.95 on a 30-day supply. So check it out right now at relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast and get your tickets to the Student Action Summit starting tomorrow. We'll be right back.
You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have our Student Action Summit. I'm literally leaving from this desk to Tampa momentarily. Get your tickets, SAS2025.com. And Mark is going to be there. I think that was a firm yes. Play cut 51.
They said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Greg Gutfeld, Tom Homan, Congressman Byron Donalds, Russell Brand, Savannah Chrysley. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. Register now at SAS2025.com.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Mark Halpern is with us. We're at the Bitcoin.com studio. So, Mark, I'm looking at the New York Times, flipping through it as I do, as for penance every morning. But you said something briefly on the Megyn Kelly program. The media would have kind of a straight shot here at a story with Trump, right? Here's this Epstein thing that has some velocity. Here is Trump. Why has the media ignored this for so long? What is that all about? I mean, I don't want to try to get into like the dark, wacky stuff, but it's just true. The media, the mainstream media, not internet media, seems like meticulously uninterested in this.
It's been a mystery to me for the entire time. There are dark possible explanations that I don't want to give voice to necessarily. Perhaps I will as I ramble here. I don't know. It's an incredible story. And currently there are stories about the quote unquote divisions with the MAGA base, because of course they love that. But why the press is not covering a story about the documented abuse of children and the politics of it, of how it's gone this long. And you've got all sorts of Trump angles that are appropriate to discuss. So I don't know. I'd say the same thing about the Joe Biden acuity thing and the doctor taking the fifth. If I were running a news organization like the New York Times or NBC News, with the exception of continuing to cover the tragedy in Texas, I would have led with those two stories. Those are massive stories, and yet they're barely covered today. And I normally can explain the press's behavior. I can't explain those two. I cannot.
So more broadly here, I want to talk about the Democrat side. Is there any strategy on the Democrats to try to be interested in this, or are they too also? What are you seeing?
Jamie Raskin, your favorite House Democrat, I believe. I know you like Nadler too, but Jamie wrote a letter with 5 or 6 other House Democrats, sounding like Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon, saying everything should be released. So they've entered the fray, and again, I would think the press would write about that, and there was a little bit of coverage of it. But here you have a rare moment of bipartisan moral clarity, saying this needs to be done for the sake of trust in government, the sake of transparency, and the sake of the victims, and a shared populist line that elites should not be protecting elites, and yet
that's such a good point. Let me interject. That's what I think this Epstein thing is a unique example where there's like 5 or 6 elements that kind of combine, because it does have this. Not only was he a creep and a pedophile, which there has been a yearning in the right-wing base that there has been some pedophilic activity that has not been held accountable. As you know, that has been a legitimate concern for over a decade. And then number 2, that he probably was an intelligence asset, either for the American government or for MI6 or for the Saudis or for Mossad or whatever, right? We don't know. Number 3, of course, the way he died, which was not exactly transparent. And then, of course, he's a billionaire, or allegedly. So there's this populist thing, which is like, oh, if you have money, you can buy your way out of no matter what evil actions that you are in.
And that the elites will protect each other.
Yeah, no, that's right.
To allow them to get away with things, and no one has documented the full impact of the failure for a single Wall Street executive to be indicted after 2008. No one has documented how that affected the psyche of the American people. But this is of a piece with that. And one of the things that I work as hard on as anything as a journalist is I've lived in Boston, Washington, and New York my whole life. Okay. But my obligation is to not reflect the point of view of those 3 elite places.
It's important and hard.
And yet, when I say the obligation to the victims, and when I say the the responsibility to not have elites protect elites. I feel it in my core. Like that is a human resonant thing for me, in part because I feel both things myself, but in part because I know tens of millions of people around the country feel it passionately. And to have this administration, which promised otherwise, to not do it, just is going to incite the worst speculation about what the motive is. And elites protecting elites is not great.
Got to run. Transparency is the answer here, and it's not too late to fix it. Mark, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you. See you in Florida.
See you in Florida. Can't wait. We'll have to get dinner. SAS2025.com. All right, I am heading to Tampa. SAS2025.com. We have Hegseth. We have Megyn Kelly. We have everyone, Christine Ohm, and yes, Mark Halperin too. SAS2025.com. Subscribe to our podcast. The second hour with Savannah Chrysley coming up.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. By now, many Americans have set up payment plans with the IRS to repay any outstanding taxes. Some of you, however, may still be trying to settle your tax situation with the agency. Whatever your tax situation, if you're still dealing with the IRS, bless you. Cameron Kinsey from Tax Network USA is here to discuss how TNUSA can help you minimize or eliminate the stress of dealing with the tax man. Cameron, always good to talk to you.
It's good to see you, Terrence. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. So at this point, what are some of the common kinds of issues you're seeing that people are dealing with related to the IRS?
Well, I think, as you know, filing deadline has passed and people just don't know where to go. They were a little bit too scared to even file in the first place, didn't know where to start. They've received letters in the mail that were very threatening. And that's really where Tax Network USA steps in. When the IRS comes after you, we don't just play defense, we go on offense. So whether it's wage garnishment, mounting back taxes, or a lien on your home, our job is to push back and to protect what you've worked very, very hard for. And so the filing deadline may have passed, but the penalties do stack up. That's really why, timing is everything in this case. So the truth is the IRS unfortunately counts on people to be too afraid or too confused to act. But that's really where we stepped in. We've helped thousands of Americans find relief, and that's exactly what we want to help with you with as well.
And the reality is, waiting and hoping that it goes away, that's not going to happen. In fact, your situation is going to get worse.
Yes, exactly. And we know that this is a stressful time for you. That's why we make the tax prep simple and strategic. It starts with a direct consultation with one of our team members. We dig into your financial picture. And by the way, we have a team of CPAs, licensed attorneys, even former IRS agents who really just know the tax code inside and out. So if you decide that you want to move forward after that free call, we take it from there. We flag every deduction, fix any errors, making sure that your filing is clean and accurate. So even though tax season's over, if you gotten those letters in the IRS or think there's something wrong with the previous return, now is really the time to act.
You had me at free call, so the initial consultation is free?
Yes, absolutely. The consultation is completely free. You'll get a team that knows how to keep the IRS off your back and your finances protected. But it really just only works if you're proactive. So don't wait until it's an emergency. We tell everybody to get ahead of it. And it's very easy to start that process. You can go to tnusa.com/RAV and fill out a quick form, or you can call us at 1-800-905-8000 and talk to one of our team members directly.
And it's also important to point out that you also work with small businesses. Typically, when people think of issues with the tax man, as I'm going to call them, they think of just individual filers or personal, but there are also business applications here for TNUSA.
Yes, there is. We negotiate payment plans, penalty relief, sometimes even settlements that reduce what you owe. But timing does matter. The longer you wait, the fewer options that you may have. So we take this very seriously. The small businesses are the economic engine of this country. Our job is just to make sure that the IRS doesn't crush yours with bureaucratic overreach.
All right, really quickly again, for people who may be interested or who may need your help, or at very least want to take advantage of the free consultation, how can they get in touch with TNUSA?
Yes, you can just go to tnusa.com/RAV, or you can call us at 1-800-905-8000.
How quick does this process typically take? I mean, are we talking something that can be handled in days, or can it be an extended period?
It really just depends on the complexity of your case. We can usually stop wage garnishments and freeze collections almost immediately. From there, full resolutions like settlements or lien removals may take a little bit longer, sometimes a few months, just depending, again, on the complexity of your case. But from the second you call, we're in your corner. We're handling the IRS for you, basically acting as a liaison between you and the IRS. So you're not talking to them directly. They're not calling you. You're not stressed, and that progress starts right away.
All right, and that in and of itself might be worth the price of admission. Cameron Kinsey, is always good to talk to you. We appreciate your time.
Good to see you, Terrence. Thank you.
Good to see you. Visit tnusa.com/RAV to get all the information you need. You can also call the number there on your screen and get in contact with them to at least start the process. Well, that's going to do it for us here on Real America's Voice. We appreciate you being here with us for this Real America's Voice news break. Now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. I want to play this great conversation I had with Savannah Chrysley at our Young Women's Leadership Summit. She tells the amazing story of President Trump pardoning her parents, and she goes into detail on how much work she just put into releasing her parents. The whole conversation is members.charliekirk.com. And look at this shirt. Rush was right. Look how beautiful that is. You guys can find that at charliekirk.com. Purchase it right now. Enjoy this conversation.
Great to meet you.
You as well.
And so your family's been in the headlines a little bit last couple of weeks.
Yes.
And you kind of are a central player in all this.
Yes.
So for people that have no idea who you are or your family is,
yes.
Who are you?
So I grew up in Atlanta, Fulton County, and we had a TV show. It was on USA Network for 10 seasons, and it was one of the highest rated on cable television. It was on USA, reran on EM Bravo. I think it was the first time that had ever happened where it was on 3 different networks, and it was just an overnight success. And it was more of a scripted comedy.
What was it?
It was, my dad is a very strict parent, and it was more comedy. He knew how to parent in a way that was very tough, but at the end of the day, he always made it fun. And both my parents were in real estate, and obviously during 2008, when the crash happened, the world was on fire. It impacted his business the most. And when that happened, everything went downhill, and then they were under investigation. I think it was in 2012 it started, and then in 2019 there was a federal indictment to come down, and it was history from there.
So what was the show called? Sorry for my ignorance.
No, Chrysley Knows Best.
Okay.
Yes.
And the show was
it was like a family reality show, but it was more of a scripted comedy. I'd like to say
you were part of it as well.
Yes, yes. So me, all my siblings, my parents, my grandmother. It was just your big Southern, larger than life family.
And so 2012 to 2019, that's a 7-year investigation.
Yes.
For people that don't know, what was that all about?
Yeah. Well, I like to say if it takes you 7 years to issue a formal indictment, then you don't have that strong of a case. But unfortunately, my dad's former business partner had signed a full immunity deal with the government, and he got on the stand and said, I committed all these crimes, but they knew that I was doing it. And all the charges were tax fraud, bank fraud, conspiracy. Then they came down with a superseding indictment once my parents wouldn't budge and enter into a plea deal, as the government does.
What was the main accusations?
Tax fraud and bank fraud. Yeah. Bank fraud probably being the largest, because they actually, during trial, they didn't even get sentenced to time on the tax fraud. It was they were sentenced based off of the bank fraud, conspiracy.
And so then they got sentenced when?
They got sentenced in, what year was it, Mom? June 22. Yeah.
Oh, is she
June.
here?
Yeah, she is here.
Congratulations.
Yes. Yeah. So June of 22 was when we got the guilty verdict.
Wow. It's a 10-year thing. That's insane.
And it was in Fulton County. Our judge was the youngest Black female appointed by Obama. Both prosecutors were...
This was federal court.
Yes, federal court. And both prosecutors donated to Democratic campaigns. They referred to us as the Trumps of the South in a meeting in front of the judge and our lawyers. We knew at that point it was going downhill fast.
So then what was amazing, how long was the prison sentence?
My dad got 12 years and my mom got 7.
And so just to be clear, Did your dad burn down a Wendy's or something?
You would think. Yeah, you would think.
I mean, 12 years for white collar crime and first time offender, I imagine.
Yes.
Nonviolent first time offender.
Yes.
Meanwhile, you can burn the streets in the summer of 2020 and we give you money.
Yes, exactly.
It's an outrageous sentence.
That's what I have said. And at the end of the day, if they did what they were accused of doing, if it is a financial crime, meet it with a financial punishment. Because, that hurts just as bad. But that's not what happened. And I like to compare it to Elizabeth Holmes and that whole case. She got 11 years for, I think, $1 billion worth of fraud, and people supposedly lost their lives. This was a very political persecution.
So so they get sentenced to jail in 2022, and So where were you at in your life at that time?
We were filming a new TV show. So we were filming a new season of the TV show. The network actually signed a new deal after the indictment came down. They knew everything that was going on.
They figured it'd be good for ratings or something?
Well, they wouldn't even let us speak about it, which was interesting. So it put us in a bad light because it made us look like liars in this whole scheme. But we were filming a TV show and we never expected it to go the way that it did. We spent millions of dollars on trial lawyers and they threw the book at him.
So they get sentenced to jail. How long between sentencing and actually arrival?
So they were sentenced. Well, they were found guilty in June of 23. Then in November of 23, they were sentenced. And I say the only thing the judge, thank you. The only thing the judge did for us was she gave us Thanksgiving and Christmas to have together. And then January 17th of 2023 is when both my parents reported to federal prison. And at that time, I got custody of my 10-year-old brother or my 10-year-old sister and 16-year-old brother. My gosh, I can't even speak today. 10-year-old sister and 16-year-old brother. And I was 25 at the time.
25 at the time and
Yes.
Not married?
No. No.
Did they issue a big fine as well?
They did. So it was $17 million in restitution, which is something, it's really funny because when you look at the media headlines, they love to talk about this $36 million worth of fraud. And that was not the case. This was back in 2008. My father was in real estate. They had all these loans, but never one time at trial did the prosecutor show a single loan document. And so our argument was, what is the actual loss amount? And they could never verify what the loss amount was.
Yeah, was it just like the amount of loans he took out in collective? Is that what they considered to be?
They love to do anything they can for the headlines. So he had loans on homes and he flipped homes. He was in the real estate market. He had the largest asset management company. And the government just tried to add up as much money as possible without taking into consideration what properties or artwork or furniture was held as collateral. And even at trial, one of the government's own witnesses, who was the vice president of a bank, said, back in 2008 when the world was on fire, everyone was throwing their loans back at us. And Mr. Chrysley came to us and said, let's try to make you as whole as possible. That was the government's own witness. And that right there is not conspiracy to defraud. But
so then you went from sibling to parent overnight?
Yes.
What was that like?
It was a challenge because obviously a preteen girl and a teenage boy, I was their sister. So it was hard for them to look at me and have that respect of a parent, like you're going to listen to what I say. But I like to say we kind of grew up together. They taught me more than anyone else could ever teach me. Children are the greatest blessing in the world, whether you have them or whether you've been gifted the opportunity to help raise them. They are the biggest blessing. It was a challenge because I was not expecting to get 2 kids at 25. I was like anyone else, any child TV star. Like I got money, I spent it, wasn't really worried about saving. And it was hard. I was a single income household as a woman, lost the TV show, literally lost everything overnight. So it was a challenge.
So you have to take care of these 2 young people, both minors.
Yes.
What did the judge have to, I'm sure you appealed to the judge about this, right?
We did. So we asked for staggered, we asked for my parents to be staggered, but the judge looked at us in the courtroom and said, she actually looked at my parents and said, you didn't care about your children when you were committing these crimes, so why should I care about them now?
Yeah, that's dark.
Yeah, right.
So then they went to different prisons?
Yes. So my dad was in Pensacola, Florida, and my mother was in Lexington, Kentucky. So 10 hours away from each other.
I'll be right back with more from this interview. At first, I need to tell you guys about Patriot Mobile. It is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. I realize that there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that is Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 major networks. Don't Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining a Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie for 972 Patriot and make the switch today. patriotmobile.com/Charlie.
Learn more in 3 hours than 4 years at a woke university. And it's free. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Now I need to tell you about one of our great partners, YRefi. Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. YRefi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others will not touch. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. YRefi does not care what your credit score is, and YRefi refinances distressed and defaulted private student loans, which are different from federal loans. Can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? And the first step is contacting YRefi. Bad credit is accepted, and YRefi offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. You don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Go to YRefi.com, call 888-YRefi34, or log on to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Welcome back. Here's more with Savannah Chrysley. Let me know what you think. freedom@charliekirk.com and become a member today. Members.charliekirk.com to watch the whole conversation. And they had only distant contact.
No, they never got to speak on the phone.
Really?
Yeah. In 2.5 years that they were gone, they were together almost 30 years. They're still together, but they had never gone a day without speaking to each other.
And these were lower security prisons?
Yeah, so it was
Thankfully.
camps. Yes, thankfully. They were in camps, but it was still, I have seen how broken our system is. And thankfully, our new director of the Bureau of Prisons, Billy Marshall, is phenomenal.
He's
and
much
Josh
better.
Smith, they're amazing. And they're going to change some things. So for that, I'm grateful.
So then you had to raise your two siblings, and then how often were you able to visit Lexington and Pensacola?
So the first year they were gone, I think we went like 48 weekends out of the year.
Whoa.
Yeah. So we would go to mom one
That's
weekend,
incredible.
dad the next.
That shows that you guys are like actually close family, though.
Yes, yes.
So, I mean, like there's a lot of like fake stuff in the world, but I can tell you like a lot of child actors, if their parents went to prison, they wouldn't visit 48 times.
Yeah, exactly.
But and imagining you're like road tripping from Atlanta, right?
Yeah, well, so we're in Nashville now.
Oh, okay.
So we moved to Nashville 10 years ago.
So Lexington's not that bad.
No, Lexington was 3.5 hours one way. So we would get up at
Pensacola is 6-7 hours.
7 hours. Yeah. So when we would go to see mom, we would get up 4 a.m. and drive to see her that day and stay until 3 p.m. and then drive home that night. And then for dad, we would drive 15 hours in one weekend. And then the kids had to be up for school Monday morning.
And you had to make sure that they were fed and
Fed,
civilized.
clothed, it's like
Right.
therapy, all of the things. They were in therapy every single week. That was one thing.
Because of this.
Yes, because of this, and because I refuse to allow these children to be another statistic.
Whose initiative was it to visit 48 times? Was that your initiative?
Yes, I think we all were just under the understanding that like this is what you do. And
No, that's not normal. Just so you know, like that's. I hope your mom understands that. Or does she understand that? Like now, I know a lot of people that have parents in prison or have been in prison.
Yeah.
That is very much not normal.
I think for me, the way that I grew up, my mother never missed a school drop off or pickup or
even
sporting
with all
event.
the celebrity.
No, she never. Like her kids were her number one priority. So if she could do that for me for 25 years of my life, even as an adult, she wouldn't miss a doctor's appointment. So if my mother can show up for me like that, why can I not show up for her as her daughter like that?
Why did they loop your mom into this?
It's what the government loves to do. You know, they go after the man, and then if the male figure doesn't plead guilty, then they use their spouse or girlfriend as a pawn to get that plea.
Do they regret not going through the plea deal? Not that they did it or didn't do it. I know so many people that decide to fight it and they get like 15 years in prison.
For my parents, they always said, we're not going to say we did something that we didn't do.
Yeah, I get that. I know.
That was their biggest
It's a very
thing.
rigged system. That's
It is.
the problem.
I mean, the Department of Justice has a 98% conviction rate.
And if you plead, you might. If they would have pled, they might not have gone to jail.
Mhm.
And maybe you don't know.
Honestly, there was never that opportunity
think
for
so?
us.
Yeah.
Even just a plea deal that they were kind of throwing out was still, I think, around 5 and 10 years.
That's crazy.
So it was all about them having these TV stars. I mean, even in their press conference, they said, if these reality TV people aren't above the law, neither are you. So it was all about them getting this one big case so they can go off into private practice and make a name for themselves.
And so this was amazingly, the indictment came down under Trump's Department of Justice.
Yes. And that's the thing that people don't realize is like people love to say, oh, your president is the one who indicted them. And I'm like, hold on. That's not what happened. All of this started 10 years ago, you know, this and
Under
even the
Obama's
prosecutor.
Department of
Yes.
Justice, yeah.
And even the prosecutors were Democrats. The judge was appointed by Obama. Like this, just because a president comes into office doesn't mean everyone else that was placed before him goes.
Yes.
And so people don't realize that.
So you're visiting regularly, and then Trump wins.
Yes. Well, actually, so I'm visiting regularly, and then I became very vocal just about the conditions of the prisons because they were very inhumane. And when I did that, another conservative group reached out to me and asked me to speak at their conference, and I spoke there. And that took off, and a lot of other politicians wanted to meet with me and hear my side of the story. And then the president's team reached out and asked me to speak at the RNC. So I spoke.
That's right. I remember that.
I spoke at the Republican National Convention, and things just kept coming my way. But at the same time, I also like to say I forced myself into rooms I was never invited into, and because I had one goal in mind, and that was to get my parents home. I had 2 minor children looking at me saying, when are mom and dad coming home?
President Trump was sworn into office, his administration has made enormous progress at a breakneck pace. But don't forget, while they're moving mountains for the good of the nation, they can also take your personal savings into account. That's where you have to step in. You've got to do it. One of the best ways to look after your savings is through diversification, particularly with gold from the trusted folks over at the Birch Gold Group. In the past 12 months, the value of gold has increased by some 40%. Central banks continue to to bolster demand for gold by buying in record quantities, and we're talking about global instability and tension that's at the highest in decades. That's why gold is so important. The Birch Gold Group makes owning physical gold extremely easy, and you can convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. You can even buy some and store it in your own home. All you have to do is text America to the number 989898, and the Birch Gold Group will send you a free information kit on gold. There's no obligation here, only useful information. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of satisfied customers, take control of your savings today with the Birch Gold Group. Text the word America to the number 989898. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. President Trump scheduled to tour the flood devastation in Texas tomorrow. More than 2,100 responders are on the ground, and officials say they are more on the way.
But our entire focus since day one has been on rescue and reunification, which leads me to our latest report. As of 8 a.m. this morning, there have been 96 confirmed deaths, 60 adults, and 36 children. The number of missing remains at 161, and there remain 5 campers and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic among the missing. If family members had reported a loved one missing and they've returned safely, we ask that you notify us through kerrville@dps.texas.gov or call 830-258-1111.
Of the MAGA doctrine and president of Turning Point USA. Here's Charlie Kirk.
Okay, we're back with more, but first I need to tell you guys about TikTok, and also make sure you guys get the Rush Was Right shirt at charliekirk.com. Right now, over 7.5 million businesses in America are thriving on TikTok. Businesses that employ more than 28 million people, but behind the stats, it's the stories that really matter. Like Dan O's Seasoning from Kentucky, who used TikTok to reach new customers and grew from a one-man show to a team of 45. Or Arizona Taco King in Arizona, able to employ over 28 people and pay them well, thanks to foot traffic TikTok brings in. Or She Mechanic in Georgia, who expanded her auto shop and hired new employees with the support she found on TikTok. Their success means jobs, support for families, and stronger local communities and economies, because when small businesses thrive on TikTok, so do the communities around them. Learn more about TikTok's contribution to the United States economy at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by TikTok.
And when
do they realize how hard this is? Like, do they get that yet?
So. Oh, they do. My little sister, it was hard for her every time I would leave, but then she would say, well, my sister's fighting for my parents. She's at the White House, or she's doing this or that. So they do realize it took a lot. I didn't have a single political connection 2.5 years ago. Wow. Like, not a single one. And somehow we made it to where we're at today.
And so Trump gets sworn in.
Yes.
And walk us through these couple months up to was it a pardon or commutation?
It was a full, actually, so the story that people don't know was, I guess it was probably 4 to 6 months before he won the election. I got invited to an event at Mar-a-Lago, and this was when all of his stuff with Fulton County was going on at the same time as us. And I went to take a picture with him, and I just word vomited. I was like, this is my one opportunity to tell him my story. And I started talking to him, and then Secret Service comes up, and they're like, all right, time for you to go. And he looks at them and goes, no, I'm speaking to her. She's good. And he allowed me to share my story with him. And when I told him the amount of time they got, he was like, you're kidding me, right? I was like, I wish I was. He goes, that's absolutely insane. He was like, let me get back in office, and I promise you I'll look into it. And then when he won, I was like, then at that point, I was like, this man is busier than we, like anyone in the world, I was like, he's not going to remember the conversation we had.
No, he does.
So exactly. But I was like, all right, now I'm on my tour to remind him of the conversation that we had. And I went to every event I got invited to at the White House, became part of the Maha Moms, did everything. And that's how the pardon, and then Alice Johnson, obviously, she's phenomenal. And that's how the pardon happened. But when the president called to let me know that he was giving my parents the pardon, on the phone, he looked at Alice and he said, he's telling me my parents are getting their life back. And then he told Alice, he was like, is this a commutation or a full pardon? She was like, well, as of now, it's a commutation. He goes, nope, not today. He goes, give these people a full unconditional pardon.
Crazy.
They need to get their lives back and not have anything holding them back. And I was like, I was happy for a commutation, but still then the 17 million follows you. Now with a full unconditional pardon, it all goes away.
There's no fine, right?
No. And the government potentially owes us money back that they took.
Only Donald Trump. Right?
Only Donald Trump. Yes.
And so the months prior to the pardon, you were working the circuit, hopeful.
Yes.
Walk us through that.
It's funny. I mean, we just ran into Nancy Mace as we were walking up, and she hugged my mom and she was like, I just have to tell you, your daughter took every single opportunity. Anyone she came in contact with, she shared their story. Like, she shared your story. And if she saw someone that could help, she made a beeline for them. And I have no shame in it, because when your family's on the line, and my dad's in his late 50s, like he would have been in his late 60s coming home, the best years of his life are gone. So there was nothing that was going to hold me back. I never thought I was too good to ask or beg for help. And I mean, Carrie Lake, I FaceTimed her as soon as I got my dad, and she told my dad the same thing. She was actually crying on the phone when she saw him, and she was like, your daughter did it. Like, she went into rooms, she spoke, she told your story in a way that made people want to help her.
And so now everyone's free.
Everyone's free.
What are you going to do with your time?
Well,
you gotta find another project,
right? I got to find another project. I like to say, like, I didn't choose the world of politics, but it kind of chose me.
Well, now there's no going back.
There's no going back. Once you're in it, as you know. But now my main focus was to help my parents. But in the midst of helping them, I saw how many broken individuals there are in the system, and how much injustice has been done. So now I'm on my kind of tour to help others. And if I can provide the gift for other families that people provided for me and that the president provided for me, then that's what I'm on my mission to do.
And so what about the prison system do you think people should know about that they don't?
I like to say, if it can happen to us, it can happen to you. I mean, it's a federal crime to ship an orchid without proper paperwork. Like, you could literally go to prison for that. So there are more
But
federal...
it's not a crime to break into America.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. No, let's put
the Chrysleys in prison, but if you cross the southern border, you get benefits.
Oh, yeah, in Nashville right now.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, our mayor actually turned off the license plate readers because he said that ICE was using it to detain illegals.
Why are you guys putting up with that?
It's honestly, it is extremely difficult. But we have a lot of transplants, and Nashville, the city, is very blue. So I have definitely fought against it, and I'm going to continue to, because at the end of the day, it's just wrong. But when it comes to the prison system, I like to tell people, you know what? You have a lot of conservatives too. Criminal justice reform is not a very conservative way of thinking. But think of it as being your mother or your daughter or your child. And there should never be a time to where a human being is sitting in a prison that is 110 degrees because there's no air conditioning. I even had Tom Homan look at me and say, Savannah, you would be pissed if you saw the criteria for these ICE detention facilities and then saw the criteria for where your parents are at.
Of course.
He said
illegal immigrants get way better treatment than our citizens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think that's the hard part, and just seeing that they're consuming food that says not for human consumption. I like to say a judge sentences you to a time. You've got a start and an end date, but with the conditions you're being subjected to, you're serving a life sentence when you leave. And so now, like I said, with the director of the Bureau of Prisons, Billy Marshall, and Deputy Director Josh Smith, they have made it a commitment to actually go into every single one of these prisons, and they're going to start shutting them down, or they're going to start making the necessary changes to give these people a second chance at life and rehabilitate them. And for people that don't care about prison reform and you think, all right, bad people go to prison, well, 95% of them are coming out one day. So care about yourself enough. I mean, they're going to be your neighbors. So care about yourself enough to make sure that these individuals get rehabilitated.
And so this process has been unexpected.
Yes.
And has changed you. What is the role of faith that it played in all of this?
I've said when my parents left, that first, I think it was like a Wednesday, and then we got a call that they could have visits that weekend. And I remember being upstairs in my little sister's room, trying to unpack her clothes, get all of her stuff organized. And I was like, I don't know what you're supposed to wear to a prison. And then I literally broke down and just fell to the floor. And I was like, I'm not my mother. Like, I cannot do this. Like, my mother's one of the strongest people I've ever come in contact with. And I'm like, I can't do this. Like, and by the grace of God, like every time I felt like I was going to break and then I couldn't do it, like God would intervene. There was a little glimmer of hope that would come in. And there's no other explanation other than God that got us through what we got through.
And so your siblings are doing fine?
Yes.
now.
My little brother is 19th, University of Alabama, and just made the dean's list.
Amazing.
Yes. So I'm like, you know what? I know I did something right. And he is the greatest human being in the world. He's my absolute best friend. And so they're thriving. I'm trying to, it's a weird place. My parents have only been out for 2 weeks. And so
Thank you for coming to the event.
Hey, I am
So
happy
you had not
to.
been able to get a meal with them for almost 2 years?
2.5 years.
2.5 years.
Yeah.
So like, so they get out of, so they're two separate prisons.
Yes.
Did they both get released simultaneously?
So they did, but I had to fight with the prison to let my dad out because they wanted to try to pull some nonsense on me because it was past 5 o'clock.
We dealt with this with January 6th, guys.
Yes. And I went outside, did a press conference in front of the prison and said, like, the president signed an order that said they must be released immediately.
Exactly.
And I looked at the head person at the prison. I said, keep him past 11:59 p.m. and you'll be in prison next. And he was like, I don't want any problems. I don't want any problems. I was like, then let him out.
100%.
And Billy Marshall got on the phone and made it happen literally within 30 minutes of the whole debacle occurring. But when we left, it was funny. My dad gets in the car and we actually FaceTime Margot, and she's with the president, and he like sees my dad. And he was like, well, you look good. It was hilarious. And then my dad was like, all right, find me a Pizza Hut. So we
First meal was Pizza Hut.
Yes.
Why?
I don't know, but it was Pizza Hut. So
Okay.
yeah.
They don't serve that in prison.
They do not.
Okay.
No, unfortunately.
Well, it was Pensacola, so I don't know the options. So your mom got out the same day. So you
Yes.
went to go get your mom first and then your dad?
No,
or-
so my brother Grayson went to get my mom.
So you guys split up.
Yeah, we split up. He went
What was
to
her
get,
first meal? Waffle House?
Her first meal was Zaxby's.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
know?
Very Southern.
Yeah, very Southern.
I'd say it was, you're going to go to, what is it, Cookout or something?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I think at that point they were just happy to have like real food.
Yes.
Yeah.
People don't realize like the slop you have to eat in prison.
Like I said, the meat, the packaging on the meat says not for human consumption.
Really?
Yeah.
So is it for like dogs?
For dogs, animals, whatever. Literally says not
And
for
this
human consumption.
this is not a violent prison.
No, it's not. It's not.
This is for low security.
It is. But you do, and that's the biggest misconception too, is yes, it's a camp, but a lot of people work their way down. So
Yeah, sure.
like my dad was in there with some of the biggest drug dealers, and they were some of his best friends, you know, and that my dad said it was such a life-changing experience because he grew up in a world to where you were friends with people who were like you. And then going to prison showed him that we really are all the same. And he got to be friends with people he would have never have been friends with in the outside world.
Wow. And so they're released for the last 2 weeks.
Yes.
Is your dad gaining his weight back? I mean,
hey, honestly, he worked out nonstop when he was there.
No,
He's
but it's not
jacked.
a joke. People lose a lot of weight in prison.
They do.
Like when Bannon went to prison, he lost like 40 pounds.
Yes. Like my dad just walked and worked out. He refused to eat from the chow hall is what they call it. So he would just eat the food from the commissary. So he would literally just live off of tuna.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so just pure protein.
Yeah, so I doubt he really wants to see a pack of tuna ever again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so what are they going to do next?
Well, we've already started back filming, so that's great. It's it has to be a lot for them. I cannot imagine being locked in somewhere for 2.5 years and doing the same thing every single day and then getting out and the world being all over you and cameras in your face. So I know it's overwhelming for them, but like I said, God has provided.
Before we head into break, I need to tell you guys about Relief Factor, but also get the Rush Was Right shirt at charliekirk.com. Living with everyday aches and pains, like having a voice that says no. No, you can't do that. No, don't go play your favorite sport. No, you better sit this one out. It's no way to live. So if pain is affecting you, see how Relief Factor can help you get back to living life on your terms, one where you say yes a lot more. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor's unique formula of natural ingredients doesn't just mask pain, helps reduce or even eliminate it for good. So give Relief Factor's 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Go to relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. We'll be right back.
American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. This weekend, we have our Student Action Summit. We have Pete Hegseth. We have Kristi Noem. We have Greg Gutfeld. We have Donald Trump Jr. We have Tucker Carlson. We have Riley Gaines. We have Brandon Tatum. We have a debate on Israel and so much more. You could be there this weekend in Tampa, Florida. SAS2025.com. Here's a little teaser.
They said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025. featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Greg Gutfeld, Tom Homan, Congressman Byron Donalds, Russell Brand, Savannah Chrysley. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. Register now at SAS2025.com.
Welcome back. Here's just a little bit more of my interview with Savannah Chrysley. Again, watch the full episode, members.charliekirk.com, and buy the shirt, Rush Was Right, at charliekirk.com.
And them coming out and having this TV show and starting their lives back, I mean, it is the biggest blessing.
And, I mean, boy, if Kamala Harris would have been president, I don't think you guys would be having this conversation right now.
On election night, I was watching it with my brother Grayson, and when the president won, we were both sobbing because I knew in my heart that was my only way out. Like, that was my only way out, because we even filed an appeal and we won in part when it came to my mother. And so she had to be resentenced. And we went back to her resentencing hearing, and the judge gave her more time. So she kept the 7 years, but then gave her 2 more years of supervised release. And which she should have had time served at that point. And the judge looked at me, and this was after I spoke at the RNC. She looked at me, and it's in the court transcripts. And she said, to the person who has these minor children in their custody, you need to be more concerned with their well-being than spreading false information to the public.
That's a federal judge.
A federal
What's that
judge.
Federal judge's name?
Eleanor Ross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like.
She actually ruled.
That doesn't sound like a Trump appointee.
No, she Obama appointee, and she actually ruled against the president when it came to mail-in ballots.
I mean, like, the amount of judicial tyranny in this country right now is so dramatic.
Oh, well, we got copied on an email. This was a few months ago, to where the prosecutors were actually speaking to the judge, and they didn't realize we got copied on it.
Yeah.
Which cannot happen.
But you know what's incredible is, like, you guys have a big platform, and even if you expose it, like, nothing happened.
Yeah,
right?
that was the crazy part, was we had audio recordings of government officials talking about wiping their government devices clean of anything that had to do with the Chrysley case. They accused us of terrorism just so they could run a FinCEN report. And then once they ran the FinCEN report to obtain all the financial information, they destroyed the case number that they created.
What was the terrorism? I mean, you guys don't seem like terrorists.
That's it. Thank you. That's exactly what the president said on our call. He was like, "You don't look like terrorists to me."
Goodness.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane.
So when the president got shot, and we weren't sure if he was dead or not, did it go through your head that your parents might have to serve their entire sentence?
At first, I was on a road trip. I was driving down the road, and I listen to Fox News all the time. Like, my Sirius XM is like the highway of Fox News. It doesn't change. And so when that happened, I just went numb. And I genuinely love the president for the encounters that I've had with him, because it's been very human to human encounters. But then, I think when the dust settled, I thought to myself, like, again, that's my only way out. Like, the president is literally the only way out to make sure that my parents come home, that my dad is there for my wedding, that my parents are there for my kids. Like, he was the only way. If it would have went the other way, I wouldn't be sitting here today, and my mom wouldn't be here.
So you have lots of upcoming projects.
Yes.
In closing, what's your message going to be to our young women here at the Young Women's Leadership Summit?
Gosh, I think for me, what I've learned, especially over the past few weeks, is there is power in being a female. And there's power in using your voice, and you don't have to have an Ivy League education to do it. You have to stand firm in your beliefs, no matter who fights against you. I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars when I came out for the president. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. I didn't know how I was going to pay my bills at one point, but I knew that I could no longer sell my soul to the devil. I just couldn't do it anymore. And when I got my parents out of prison, it was a very telling moment in the media and with other women, unfortunately. I had women coming at me insinuating that I slept for a pardon. And to me, I was like...
With Trump?
With Trump or anyone else that I guess could supply it. And I was like, you've got to be out of your mind to insinuate this. But the sad part was it was coming from women. It wasn't coming from men. So we as women can either build each other up or we can tear each other down. And I think that's my biggest message is there's never a mission too big or too small. And we as women, there is power in numbers. And there is no one makes greater change than a pissed off mom, daughter, friend, like no one.
Savannah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
God bless you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll be coming to you live from our Student Action Summit tomorrow. There's still time to get your tickets to hear Pete Hegseth and Kristi Noem and Greg Gutfeld and Tucker Carlson. SAS2025.com. Talk to you then.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
After a massive investigation into how that assassination attempt happened, it was determined that there were multiple failures of Secret Service that day. New this morning, there are reports that the Secret Service suspended several agents who were involved in securing the site that day. This includes a counter sniper and an agent who was on the president's detail.
On Capitol Hill, President Biden's former doctor walked out of a closed-door interview with the House Oversight Committee after pleading the Fifth. The panel subpoenaed Dr. Kevin O'Connor as part of an investigation into the former president's health while in office.
Chinese nationals and other foreign adversaries will no longer be allowed to purchase United States farmland. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins announced Tuesday, citing national security concerns. According to the agency, China owns more than 265,000 acres of U.S. agricultural land.
President Trump reigniting trade tensions with a new series of letters to trading partners imposing tariffs from 20% on imports from the Philippines up to 50% on Brazil.
Brazil, as an example, has been not good to us, not good at all.
And the U.S. has resumed sending some weapons to Ukraine. It comes after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth directed the Pentagon to stop deliveries to Ukraine last week.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition here, Human Events Daily. Today is July 10th, 2025, Anno Domini. Folks, Russia is changing the game in Ukraine. They're reshaping their offensive in the eastern provinces in what we've and others have called a lava advance. This is a slow but destructive advance, turning this conflict into a war of attrition. And certainly it's already been a war of air attrition, one that's now led the government of Ukraine, President Zelensky, to come to the U.S. saying that we need more air defense missiles, these Patriot missile batteries, which of course have become a huge flashpoint in American politics this week. But all of it comes with beneath the shadow of this destructive Russian advance on the eastern corridor. We're talking about Kharkov. We're talking about the Donetsk region. Of course, in the Kharkov region, a massive, third largest city in Ukraine after Kiev and Odessa, and right there on the border with Russia, this industrial powerhouse, almost the Detroit, if you will, of Ukraine, where the Russian army is now pounding along that oblast down towards, of course, their target, the Dnieper River. And then this also happening while the op tempo is starting to increase. Russia, they're operating with more confidence now. Now, this could be in part due to the lack of weapons that some are saying for Ukraine, but also it's due to the lack of manpower, because simply Ukraine doesn't have the ability to conscript and draft more men of fighting age than Russia does. And of course, that's why they're trying to reach out to the Europeans as well. So even if the U.S. or European allies were to send more firepower their way, they still just don't have the bodies to backfill this. This has been a perennial issue for Ukraine. And speaking of bodies, by the way, we have to zoom all the way back to Kiev, where an extremely high-profile assassination took place. A colonel in the Ukrainian SBU, one of the heads of their intelligence services, was shot dead in the street in Kiev. Currently wanted. This assassin walked up to him in a parking lot, basically, and shot him 5 times in the chest. His body lying there on the street, the assassin running away. His name, Colonel Ivan Voronich, a senior operative in Ukraine's SBU, their intelligence services. Russian sources claiming that he was responsible for attacks in the backfield of Russia during this conflict. So certainly the Russians moving to increase their op tempo and reshaping the battlefield, hitting Ukraine wherever it counts. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be back. Human Events Daily. Senator Rand Paul joins us next.
yours truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec here, back live at Human Events Day. A little bit rainy here in Washington, D.C. today. You're seeing that on the on our live cam of Capitol Hill. But of course, we need to go inside to find out what's really going on. And of course, when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to all of that, we've got to go straight to the source. And that's why we're excited to have on Senator Rand Paul. Once again, pardon me, Senator, of course, just talking about your father with a friend of mine just a few minutes ago. And I certainly hope he's doing well. And I hope that you had a great 4th of July as well.
We did. We're very excited. My dad will be celebrating his 90th birthday this August.
Oh, my goodness. Well, congratulations to him. And I certainly hope he and you and the family and everyone are doing well. But, you know, Senator, we had to have you on. And I understand your time is limited. We've been talking all this week regarding this new package of aid, military aid to Ukraine. This has been the biggest hot button issue. The Pentagon, are they sending these air interceptors? Are they not? Are they going to send them? Are they not sending them? Are they frozen? Are they unfrozen? Meanwhile, of course, we've also talked about the fact that the U.S. has been expending these very same type of precious missiles in the Middle East, in the Red Sea, in other places. So when it comes down to the U.S. from a foreign policy perspective, how should we be looking at this?
I guess the first question I would ask is who's going to pay for them? So if we're going to send more missiles to Ukraine, who's going to pay for them? Is Ukraine going to pay us? Of course not. This is it's a gift. But, you know, nothing in life's really free. We're $2 trillion in the hole. So we're going to have to borrow money from China to buy weapons to send them to Ukraine. That doesn't sound like America first, and it doesn't sound like it makes America stronger. There have been many people who have pointed out that our debt actually is the greatest threat to our national security. So going further in debt to give weapons to Ukraine, I don't think is good for our national security. It actually makes us less safe.
Well, and we look at the safety and security of the United States. This is something that we've heard from members of the defense establishment, just analysts. I'm, was a prior intelligence analyst myself. That when you look at the stockpiles of some of these air interceptors that we're sending to places like Israel, to places like our bases in the Middle East that we've had to defend because of Iranian counterstrikes, to places like the Red Sea with these also other types of air interceptor missiles, that our stockpiles are low. And of course, this is going to come at a cost to not only the American taxpayer, but of course to our commitments around the world because of just how extended the U.S. military is in terms of war, but also our protection, our U.S. Navy coverage in the Pacific.
You know, one of the intriguing things is years ago, my father began saying we shouldn't be the policeman of the world. And now you'll hear people actually repeat that, and they'll begin, we shouldn't be a policeman of the world except for the fact that we have to send these weapons to Ukraine, except for the fact that we have to send free weapons to Israel and that they don't have to pay either for any of the weapons. So essentially, we're the sugar daddy of the world. Donald Trump got this. He got this with the people freeloading in NATO and insisted that people pay more. But the bottom line is people are still taking advantage of us, and we're going further and further into debt. Our economy is further and further threatened by this, and it's a mistake. I fear the consequences of running a $2 trillion deficit each year. Our interest payments over $1 trillion, and there are consequences. One of the consequences is, the inflation, the prices rising in the grocery store. As the Fed buys our debt, the value of our currency, it diminishes over time.
And that's certainly a huge issue for a lot of people, and a very serious issue. It's one that we've heard from the Secretary of Treasury and others. But it really does seem that even when it came to DOGE, DOGE really didn't take a huge look at the Department of Defense or military spending, did they?
No, and I think they're still looking, and I think there are savings to be found there. But there are people, once it's found, don't want it to be found and don't want to do anything with it. Not from DOGE, but from the more traditional aspects of the neocon or the war hawk wing of the party. And so it is a problem. I mean, we saw this with the construction of the big, beautiful bill, was that there was $500 billion in new spending in it. It made it very hard to be deficit neutral. And that's why it gains debt, actually, is because there was so much new spending in it. But a lot of the new spending was basically military spending. Military already goes up every year on a normal curve. And then they were adding in the big, beautiful bill about $150 billion in new military spending. And some of us think this was actually sort of the secret purpose of the bill, was to use this as a way to get more military spending. Much of that goes to foreign countries.
And now, Senator, so break that down for us. So the big, beautiful bill that went out, obviously there's a lot of attention on growth, on deportations. There's military spending there, but that's separate from the NDAA that's coming up now. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's a defense authorization bill that comes forward each year. They're working on that at the committee level, and that it'll eventually come to the floor. And while we don't do a very good job at voting at individual appropriation bills, the one that we usually do is the defense authorization and the defense appropriation. There's about 12 other bills that we should do if we were doing our job, but the powers that be never bring forward the other individual bills. Ideally, we'd look at each individual bill and look at the spending on it. And we also would never shut down government then. You'd only be shutting down one department of government if you had a dispute with the Democrats. And this is what I've argued for years. Pass 11 of the 12, and let's say one of the bills has 80,000 new IRS agents. People say we can't get 60 votes. Shut it down. But you're not shutting the entire government down. You're shutting 1/12 of the government down that includes the IRS. There are ways in which we could push when we have a small minority but don't actually have a super majority in order to overcome the filibuster, but we've never done it because usually we put all of the stuff together, and this is what I predict will happen in September. This isn't the last of big, beautiful bills. There's going to be a big, beautiful omnibus come the end of September, and they'll be asking us to take it or leave it. And at that point in time, there still are these questions. Are there enough conservatives remaining to try to make it a conservative spending bill instead of something that just cleans house and adds to the debt?
Well, Senator, for folks out there who were, and by the way, you know, I do think that there were people in good faith who have questions about the spending and have serious concerns about the spending because the debt to GDP ratio is a serious problem. It sent Japan into a spiral for over a decade, and they're just now starting to climb out of it. They're still at something like 250% debt to GDP ratio, which is double what we are. But that's even, 15 years since their lost decade was ended. So for folks out there who are serious about this, that do want to get cuts going, what should they do? How should they be talking to, and where should they be putting pressure?
I think the best way to cut spending is through something like the penny plan. I've been promoting this for years. What it does is it takes a small percentage across the board of everything. So instead of goring the left's ox on one thing or the right on another thing, you just take a little bit all the way across. And I've tried to discuss this with constituents to see how they would take it. So one of the emotional constituencies are people who want Alzheimer's research. They wear purple lapel pins. They come up to Washington every year, and they usually have a family member with Alzheimer's. I've got family members with Alzheimer's. A lot of people do. And they say, we want research money. It's very emotional. And I look at them and I say, well, you got $100 million last year, but you know we're short of money. What if we gave you $94 million this year instead of $100 million, a 6% cut? And they go, well, okay. Most people realize that if you're short of money, you have to spend less money, even when it's for something they want. And so I really think that you could approach everything in government, every program, whether it's an entitlement or not, cut 6%. And then what you would find is there's ways to do it by holding the least among us harmless. You know, if you don't want the poor to be hurt by Medicare cuts in the expense, means test it. So have the poor will get the same Medicare. The wealthy will pay more for their Medicare. You know, if you make $500,000 a year in retirement, you still pay only about half of the cost of your Medicare. The government still subsidizes half of your Medicare if you make $500,000.
Senator, we just had
we have is ridiculously inadequate.
We're just out of time. We had actually just had Congressman Donalds on the other day. We had talked about he had the same exact statement as you. Senator, thank you so much for joining us. Everyone go follow Senator Rand Paul. See everything that he's putting out. If you agree, disagree, hey, he's always willing to come here and be open about where he stands. And that's what it's all about. Be right back in Events Daily.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is scheduled to tour the flood devastation in Texas tomorrow. More than 2,100 first responders are on the ground, and officials say that more are on their way. Specially trained teams from 10 states are helping with the search, rescue, and recovery effort. The bulk of the work is happening in Kerr County, Texas.
But our entire focus since day one has been on rescue and reunification, which leads me to our latest report. As of 8 a.m. this morning, there have been 96 confirmed deaths, 60 adults, and 36 children. The number of missing remains at 161, and there remain 5 campers and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic among the missing. If family members had reported a loved one missing and they've returned safely, we ask that you notify us through kerrvillemissing@dps.texas.gov or call 830-258-1111.
Meantime, at least 3 people are dead in New Mexico following flash flooding there. We're going to try to show you video of a house that was literally washed down the river. Crews in the mountain community of Judicial are back out this morning clearing roads and debris. An intense monsoon, is blamed for overwhelming the Rio Reduso and causing the river to spill over its banks, as you can see here. A man and 2 children lost their lives at an RV park as you look at this video of that house literally floating down the river. That's a quick check of your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. I'm Terrence Bates. Now, back to Human Events Daily with Jack Posobiec.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. Senator Rand Paul was just on, and he really brings up a point that I think a lot of us, especially when it comes to talking about war and peace, and all the rest of it, they don't really get into. They don't get into very much, and that's cost. That's cost, development, manufacturing, all the rest of it. And so I want to throw this out as our question of the day. And I mentioned this on X the other day, but I didn't mention it on the show, so I'm going to do it here and now. Is 1776 at humanevents.com, 1776 at humanevents.com. Where do you stand on the Ukraine war? Should the United States continue providing arms to Ukraine? Now, the arms that these air interceptor missiles that are being sent over now, this is part of the package and part of the military equipment and hardware that so the Biden administration had allocated for Ukraine. So these are all Biden allocations that were done under the previous Congress and the previous presidency. However, now, of course, we know they're really done by an auto pen, but anything beyond that, and there's going to come a point very soon where that allocation runs out. And when that runs out, whether it's a couple of weeks, couple of months, there's going to be this question that comes down, and there's going to be tremendous pressure on the White House to fund more arms for Ukraine. And when that comes down, I want to hear from all of you, and I want the president to hear from all of you. 1776 at humanevents.com. And if you're in the chat right now, just throw it up, and I'll, everybody, sometimes I'm in the chat too, sometimes I'm not. I want to hear where you stand on this, because this is a serious issue. And Senator Rand Paul was here, and he was gracious to be with us. I don't necessarily agree with him on all of his takes in the big, beautiful bill. He's not wrong about the spending. But the question that I have is, when it comes to the spending, is will we survive as a country if we don't have the mass deportations? I don't think so. But when it comes to military spending, when it comes to overseas, all of this financial aid, or the foreign aid that we give, USAID, these types of things, 100% agree. Cut it all. Just cut it all. What do you need it for? It doesn't help the people in the United States. That doesn't help the people in Western Pennsylvania. That doesn't help the people in Macomb County. That doesn't in Michigan. That doesn't help the people down in the Rio Grande Valley. It certainly doesn't help the people in Kerrville, Texas. No, it doesn't help any of them, right? And where's the celebrities for Kerrville, Texas? We just had the update right there. Where are the celebrities coming in with the big concerts and all the rest of it? You don't hear it. No, you don't hear it all. The huge benefits. You don't hear a peep. You don't hear a peep. And because you don't hear a peep, that just tells you the truth. It just, unfortunately, it's just like the floods last year, that if it wasn't for media that was alternate media, independent media, like Real America's Voice, coming out there and actually telling you the truth about what was happening in those areas. And we brought you to those areas, and we brought people on from those areas who were involved in those efforts, and we supported those efforts the same way that we certainly support the efforts in Kerrville right now. But we're also going to hold people accountable and ask questions about what was and wasn't done. So that's what it comes down to. And unfortunately, folks, we live in the real world. And in the real world, we know that these headlines are getting darker by the day. And we're seeing the escalating global tensions. We're seeing the issues that are going on. We're seeing whether it's weather that seems to be going on haywire. I certainly have been experiencing strange weather all this summer, or otherwise. You need to be thinking about your family and your family's survival stockpile. And when it comes to me, when it comes to my family, I reach for My Patriot Supply. And when I have My Patriot Supply, I need to, and I know that we need to go in, and you've got canister, you've got everything. You throw one in the back of your trunk, you throw one in your garage, and because of these shaky supply chains, we know that there is an unstable power grid too, by the way. It's just true. And it feels like we're only one crisis away from total chaos. And just go look at what's happened down there. Kerrville, Texas, Camp Mystic, all the rest of it, and all those surrounding areas and towns and all of this. That's why you need to finally take the step you should have taken years ago. Be prepared, just like I have with a 3-month emergency food kit. We're talking My Patriot Supply. It's a company I personally trust, and the 3-month kit that they have is the best seller for a reason. It's 2,000 calories a day. It's 3 full months, meals that last up to 25 years. Right now, My Patriot Supply is offering an exclusive deal on this kit just for the Human Events audience. But it won't last long. So don't wait until the next crisis hits and the shelves are bare. Shop mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. And you can grab your 3-month emergency food kit today. We're talking lightning fast, free shipping. It could be your door in just 2 to 3 days. That's faster than Amazon sometimes. So head over to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack for that peace of mind and knowing that you and your family deserve it. Because you do. Look, we've had crazy weather up here, and I'm in the D.C. area. It's been absolutely nuts. The rain's nuts. All of it's nuts. Folks, get the peace of mind. Do what you need. Go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. Be right back here. Human Events continue.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice News Break. Thanks for being here with us. Florida is leading the way when it comes to working alongside federal officials in dealing with immigration enforcement. But on Wednesday, the Sunshine State got a bit of shade from the Supreme Court when the justices decided against allowing Florida to enforce a state law, making it a misdemeanor for people living in the U.S. illegally to enter that state. Governor Ron DeSantis signed the bill back in February, but it was immediately met with legal challenges, and the state's Attorney General being held in contempt for instructing officers to continuing enforcing the law despite a judicial order to stop it. Meantime, Florida's new immigrant detention center is up and running and already housing illegals who are in the deportation process. Alligator Alcatraz, as it's called, started accepting its first detainees last week. President Trump scheduled to tour the flood devastation in Texas tomorrow. More than 2,100 first responders are on the ground, and officials say more are headed that way. Specially trained teams from 10 states are already helping with search, rescue, and recovery efforts.
But our entire focus since day one has been on rescue and reunification, which leads me to our latest report. As of 8 a.m. this morning, there have been 96 confirmed deaths, 60 adults, and 36 children. The number of missing remains at 161, and there remain 5 campers and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic among the missing. If family members had reported a loved one missing and they've returned safely, we ask that you notify us through kerrville@dps.texas.gov or call 830-258-1111.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live. Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. Now, we're talking about how Russia has begun reshaping the battlefield in the war in Ukraine on the ground there in those eastern Russian-speaking provinces. But at the same time, we also have to look at how Russia is changing the game and the U.S. now responding on the economic battlefield. And that is just as much a part of this as any other. Of course, the frozen Russian assets that the U.S. still has, some $200 billion, something that Putin has gone to his oligarchs and said that it potentially will not come back and that they need to get used to a world of U.S. sanctions. But this, of course, is why the BRICS nations are building together all of their new payment systems, financial systems. They've got BRICS Pay, BRICS Clear, BRICS Swift, in a sense, and even BRICS Re, which is going to be a version of BRICS Reinsurance for shipping. And so that they have the ability that they can put their even shipped goods. So between China and all of the other BRICS nations, they can have them on this. And of course, they announced a huge swath of countries. Now this global south, that's what BRICS really is, joining the BRICS nations. So even though you have the 5 original, you still have a list more. Vietnam, very interestingly, being on that list as well, because Vietnam is a country that China has been using economically as a transshipment port to try to skirt around the tariffs with the United States. So China sends their goods to Vietnam, or they sell them to a Vietnamese shell company. The Vietnamese shell company then sends them to the United States. They say, oh, look, there's no tariffs because they're coming from Vietnam. They come through that Vietnam trade deal with the U.S. This, of course, is what Secretary Bessent was working with Vietnam to try to close down this back door. But China knows exactly what they're doing. President Trump then comes out, and what does he do? He's put pressure on 2 of the weakest links that he could find of BRICS already. The weakest link, as everyone knows, South Africa. So we saw, and he had the President Ramaphosa, South African president, there a couple of weeks ago in the Oval Office, and just absolutely put put the pressure of the entire world on him, called him to the mat, not just for the humanitarian abuses that he's done to the white population there, those poor farmers that are being slaughtered, and his government certainly supporting all of it, but also now President Trump putting pressure, ratcheting it up on Brazil, and of course the socialist pro-CCP government of Lula there in Brazil with the 50% tariff. I wanted to bring on our partner from Allegiance Gold to really walk us through all of this, because this is huge, this is heady, but it's also very important for you economically, because as all of this is going on, sure, it's interesting for us to talk about. That's what we do every day. You can tell I'm obviously interested in this stuff. That goes without saying. But you also have to think of your family's interest and make sure that your family or your company are able to weather these storms that are now coming. So I wanted to bring on Alex Abkarian. He is the co-founder and COO of Allegiance Gold. Alex, how are you?
I'm well, thanks, Jack. How are you?
I saw you got the dark suit with the white shirt memo that was put out by Human Events staff earlier today. So I want to make sure that we're all in uniform. That's very good. Uniformity will prevail, as they used to tell us in the Navy. But you and I, we've been having you on for over a year at this point, talking about the rise of BRICS. And here we are, the United States slapping these tariffs down on Brazil. That's really what this is all about. People want to think of this as a one-on-one thing, but I really do think that people need to start reading President Trump's moves in that light. But, let me pass it to you. Do you read this as a response to BRICS, and what's your assessment of the current situation?
Oh, absolutely. Look, under Biden, the coalition just got stronger. They started with 5 members. They ended up being 11. They control roughly about 40% of the world's GDP. Population-wise, they became more than 50%. And not only that, they control key minerals. If you look at how much precious metals, from oil to various amount of commodities that this coalition controls. And the spirit of this coalition, as President Trump pointed out, is to weaken and attack the dollar. Now, the unity not only benefits each individual country, but it also benefits the group as a whole. So what is President Trump doing? Number one, he's acknowledging that there is a threat specifically against the dollar. And instead of us putting policies to strengthen that, we need to be able to divide. So, for instance, you have Brazil, as you pointed out, is one of the weakest link, which just a couple of days ago hosted the BRICS summit. And we didn't really see either China or Russia attend. So on one side, we're seeing some of the early weaknesses that the coalition is experiencing. But at the same time, we have these trade and tariffs. And as I pointed out, India is going to be the wild card. Yes, South Africa and Brazil are one of the weakest link, but India is trading with Russia. They're trading with Iran. They're trading with China. So as we progress with the finalization of this trade deals, we'll see how much India is going to cave. Are they going to pick their sovereignty and what's better economically to them, or are they going to sacrifice themselves for the unity of BRICS?
It's so clear. I want to hear what President Trump had to say about this, specifically about the U.S. dollar and as relates to Brazil. We've got a clip of him. Let's play it right now.
Because BRICS was set up to hurt us. BRICS was set up to degenerate our dollar and take our dollar as the standard, take it off as the standard. And that's okay if they want to play that game, but I can play that game too. So anybody that's in BRICS is getting a 10% charge.
Is that immediate, sir? Or
yeah,
is that
pretty soon.
If they engage in some behavior?
Well, if they're a member of BRICS, they're going to have to pay 10% tariff just for that one thing, and they won't be a member long. I thought BRICS was, I said this about a year ago, and it largely broke up. But, there are a couple that hang around, but I thought it largely broke up. BRICS is not, in my opinion, not a serious threat. But what they're trying to do is destroy the dollar so that another country can take over and be the standard. And we're not going to lose the standard at any time. If you have a smart president, you will never lose the standard. If you have a stupid president like the last one, you would lose the standard. You wouldn't have the dollar as you. And if we lost the world standard dollar, that would be like losing a war, a major world war. We would not be the same country any longer. We're not going to let that happen. The dollar, you ever hear the expression, dollar is king? The dollar is king. We're going to keep it that way, okay?
Well, Alex, I mean, this is key. It's all about the U.S. dollar as world reserve currency. And I want to throw up a chart now. So chart break, we've got, and this is what it's all about. This is the U.S. dollar as compared to the price of gold. And I believe this is a year-to-date chart. I want everyone to see that. Alex, can you walk us through this chart that we're looking at?
Yeah, I mean, this year, we've experienced the weakest performance of the dollar in the last 53 years. So specifically, what we saw is that the dollar has dropped about 53%, where gold has increased about 25%. This is not a surprise because it is reflective upon what the prior administration's policies were. When the national debt went from 30 trillion to about 36 trillion, when the trade deficit went to over $2 trillion per year, it's not a surprise that the dollar is losing its value. The problem is this: internationally, we're seeing a lack of demand on U.S. Treasury bonds. So a lot of central banks and other governments started replacing more of the U.S. Treasury bonds into more of gold. Why? Simply because they want to, number one, have control and eliminate the counterparty risk. At the beginning, you pointed out how the U.S. has about 200 billion of Russian assets, and other Western countries have another 100 billion. So because that occurred, it represents as a national threat. So a lot of these central banks are strategically positioning themselves. Look, it's a good idea to diversify against the dollar. We still know that the dollar is the king of currencies. It is the world reserve currency. But let me give you an example, specifically within BRICS in China. In 2010, 80% of the trade of China was dollar denominated. Today, only 40%. The renminbi has increased. What this BRICS nation started doing is similar to what we have. We have the IMF. Now they started having their own group where they can lend out to their countries. We have the SWIFT banking system. They want to have their own bridge of trading and having these lateral trade and bypassing the dollar. We have the COMEX exchange. They have the Shanghai exchange. So we're seeing money, and specifically gold, migrate from the west to east. And they're strategically positioning these policies. So if you don't do anything about it now, little by little, they're going to have a lot more influence and they're going to have a lot more control. And we cannot afford losing the dollar as a world reserve currency.
Now, this is absolutely clear, absolutely clear. So that this is happening, it's real. And, you know, we had administrations in the past who talked about it until they were blue in the face, but they didn't do anything. Now you've got President Trump in there, and he's admitting that what's going on. He's seeing the challenge for what it is. He's sizing it up, and he realizes that this is clear. Now, I want to just throw out to people, we got a break coming up in a couple of minutes, but for anyone who's hearing all of this and says, wait a minute, you know, this does sound like something I want to get involved in. We do have a website set up where you could just go and get more information about everything that we're talking about. How gold works, how you can get involved in gold, or even, by the way, in silver, in the precious metals market. You know, you can look at all the charts and see the rest of it. Totally free. It's up to you. You can diversify. We've done that with our family, actually with Allegiance Gold. We went to protectwithposo.com because, of course, I wanted to make sure that, you know, they got my name right, got my picture right, which they did. You know, you go right there, protectwithposo.com, so you can verify that the picture is right, or give them a call at 844-577-POSO, 844-577-POSO. Again, that's protectwithposo.com. It's simple, it's secure, and it's safe. And by the way, there's a special deal where you could qualify for up to $5,000 in free silver. And look, you know, this is just something for everyone out there. Well, President Trump's going to be fighting this fight. And we understand that. And I think he's going to win it because I have a lot of trust in him. But at the same time, while all of that's going on and all of this is happening with the U.S. dollar on the line, I just look out for the financial health of my family. And I say, you know what? And you know, I'm sure, you know, if you ask President Trump, he doesn't have 100% of his, you know, his holdings in cash either, because nobody does. All right. Nobody does. We want transactions to be done in this, but, you know, he's got to think about his corporations. He's got a massive family, children and grandchildren and the rest. So I guarantee you that he's looking to diversify as well. And we just put up the chart of gold right there. I want to get in Alex, can we hold you over because I want to talk about interest rates and the Jerome too late Powell and all the rest of it. Can we hold you?
Absolutely.
All right, that's perfect. So we're going to hold Alex Abkarian from Allegiance Gold. We're walking through BRICS, the U.S. dollars, the world reserve currency. We're going around the world today here on Human Events Daily. We'll be right back.
They said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Greg Gutfeld, Tom Homan, Congressman Byron Donalds, Russell Brand, Savannah Chrysley. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. Register now at SAS2025.com.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, folks, please go head out to SAS2025.com, SAS2025.com, promo code POSO. Just got off the phone with Charlie Kirk. He tells me that we are going to be opening up of some areas and adding seats because we're almost at full capacity down in Tampa. I'm going to be flying to Tampa right after the show here. We're going to be there all weekend. It is incumbent upon you. Come to this meeting of the minds. We're going to have debates. We're going to have breakout sessions. We're going to have some of the greatest speakers in America today, and of course, myself included. So we're going to be there. I want to make sure that you're all there as well. I want to bring Alex Abkabian back here from Allegiance Gold. Alex, we've been telling people to go to protectwithposo.com, and I told them about the offer that's up already regarding gold. Walk us through why, when we're in an environment like this one, where we know President Trump has been putting a lot of pressure on the Fed chair to lower those interest rates, why this is the time with those fluctuations that people really want to get in to start looking at their portfolio, diversifying what they do have, and if there's any interesting offers for our listeners.
Great. Well, the Federal Reserve is fighting yesterday's inflation problem. We're at a point where we're having some challenges with the job market. About a week and a half ago, we saw Microsoft and Intel slash about 19,000 jobs. So the Fed has been late on cutting the interest rate. And this is very important. Why? Because the big, beautiful bill passed. We know that we're going to have to borrow, and we know that there will be an addition to the debt. But we want to be able to compensate that for growth. You're not going to be able to build economy with 7-8% mortgage rates. So because of that, why it's important, when the interest rates drop, the opportunity cost in investing in gold becomes less. What I mean by that is this. Let's say the bank was paying you 5%. Now, all of a sudden, if they're only paying you 2% and inflation is at 3%, in real return, you're making negative 1%. So you're not really incentivized to keep the money in the bank. Versus gold, year to date is at 25%. And JP Morgan Chase reaffirmed its guidance for gold at above 4,000. So the reason why it's important for you to proactively protect, don't wait for the problems to occur. Always be proactive. Don't be reactive. Because what will happen then is you're going to end up paying much, much higher prices. Look, I mean, you're a client. You've invested back when gold was at about 1,800 to 2,000. Of course, everyone wants to buy low and sell high. But this is not about buying and selling. This is about protecting. The whole idea of gold is to preserve your buying power. And we know with more printing, we're going to see loss of purchasing power down the line. So the offer that we have for your listeners, Jack, it's very simple. We're slashing 20% off on premiums on select gold and silver bullion product. Get educated first. Make a call. Call us at 844-577-7676. Get your information, ask your questions, build a relationship based on full transparency. You can visit our website. You can see all the products, but only for the next couple of days, we have an exclusive offer to your listeners. Last time when we had the 10 silver American Eagle 1 ounce, the phone was ringing like it was Christmas. It was nonstop. A lot of people took advantage of that free silver. And once they had the product in their hand, they had the confidence, and that allowed them to make the right investments. So start slow. Start with the education and find a dealer that values relationship as opposed to just a transaction.
You got to tell me if you guys are bringing the Eagle back, because that thing was so good. I think we got a couple of those actually. And we got them for the kids. We got one for each kid. But of course they don't have access to them. They're in a very safe location because, they would have lost them. But it just makes a great gift. It's something that, and to your point, right? It's not even something that most gifts you get, especially for kids. We've got two little kids. They break, they fall apart. This is something not only that they can have, but it appreciates. And hey, if you ever need it, it's right there.
Absolutely. I mean, years ago, I asked my in-laws and my parents to stop buying any toys. I said, give me the money.
That's exactly where I'm at.
Kids gold and silver.
That's exactly right. And the kids love it. They absolutely love it. The different designs, because they're fascinated with just even regular coins. And so it's something that's gold, something that's silver. Even think about this. It's so simple. Even a child can get it. There we go. So check it out, folks. Protectwithproso.com. Make sure you're checking out Alex. Thank you so much for joining us today, man.
Pleasure being here. Thank you.
All right, take care, folks. Again, it's protectwithposo.com. We're here, folks, but right now I'm going to hop over to the airport. Going to hop the plane down to Tampa, where we're going to be down there with the entire War Room posse, the Real America's Voice crew, because we're going to the Action Summit, Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, all the rest. Make sure you are there. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission. Play it short.